I'm waiting on them to. May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The time is 6:04 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. We're going to start off with these folks right up front, the Dulles High School String Ensemble for our national anthem. Please rise. Beautiful, guys. And now we'll please have a moment of silence. All right. Please be seated. And we're going to begin with our recognitions section, led by Mrs. Veronica Sofer. And with that said, I do want to say thank you to you all for that beautiful performance just now. How amazing is it, right? Hearing the national anthem every meeting is just beautiful. Reminds me of those on The Voice and how they talk about getting goosies. It gives me goosies every single month. So thank you, guys. All right, Veronica, please.
Thank you. If I can have Madam President and board members and Superintendent down below the dais, we will invite our students back. I'm going to ask the Dulles High School String Orchestra to come back in. We'll do a group picture, but I also want an opportunity to introduce these amazing musicians and also thank them for performing tonight at the board appreciation reception that we had right before this. So while you're making your way down, our Dulles High School String Ensemble, Olivia Lee. Come on in. We'll have you shake hands right down here. Jasmine Chow. Joshua Chang. Henry Lin. And our director, Michael Isidore, and assistant director, Angela Yip. And students, if I can have you make your way to the front, we're going to do a group picture so that we can all commemorate your wonderful performance this evening. And while they're making their way up here, I'd also like to recognize Michael Isidore, who won third place at the American Prize in Orchestra Performance in 2022, and also won third place in the Youth Community Orchestra Conducting Division for his skill and artistry on the podium. So a round of applause for him as well. Continuing with fine arts, we have Thornton Middle School Honors Band and director Jason Fennels. He was selected to perform at the Music for All National Festival. Now, this group was invited to perform at the festival and is recognized as one of the finest scholastic music ensembles in America. So representing Thornton Middle School Band today, we have Braden Boyer, Caleb Callahan, Sydney Crockett, Nina Brainerd del Carveria, Aiden Ledford, and our talented director, Jason Fennels. Good job, Thornton Middle School. Next, we have the Fort Bend ISD Elementary Honor Choir. They were selected for a second time to perform at the 2023 Texas Music Educators Association Convention, TMEA. And they invite only a handful of elementary groups to perform at the conference each year. And so representing the Elementary Honor Choir tonight, we have from Cornerstone Elementary, Andre Yasmik and Sonia Agarwal Samuel. From Leonetti Elementary School, Sanhata Bagadi and Avery Trevino. From Palmer Elementary, Paige Sykard and Dominique Yui. Come on down, ladies. There you go. Good job. From Pecan Grove Elementary, Charlie Kettlewell. And the director for the FBISD Elementary Honor Choir, Rika Golden from Palmer Elementary. Assistant Director Cinnamon Dove from Cornerstone Elementary. And music facilitators Gabby Forrest from Leonetti and Rachel Childers from Pecan Grove Elementary. A special thank you to Coordinator Julie Bodinger for all of her support as well. Students, let's get a group photo. Okay. Good job. Fort Bend ISD Elementary Honor Choir. And before we move on to our next recognition, I'll let parents who are leaving with their little ones to go ahead and transition out, because I know we've got other parents in the lobby who probably want to make their way in as well. All right, from fine arts, we go to athletics. The Fort Bend ISD Athletics Department has established a monthly Scholar Champion Award given to student athletes who excel in the classroom, within the community, and in competition. These student athletes are evaluated on their individual accomplishments and leadership. We're very proud of them. From Bush High School, we've got our first Scholar Champion, and it's Siren Damey, cheerleader. Okay. We might have a little bit of a traffic block. Yeah. Your people. That's right. We've got extra seats, Deanna. We've got more parents. Okay, very good. We're going to start. Yeah. Siren Damey, cheerleader, Bush High School. Nishil Gandhi, tennis, Clements High School. And our coaches are joining us as well. We have Aiden Scott, volleyball from Clements. Jack Zhang, football, Clements High School. Aaliyah Varani, cross country, Austin High School. Joshua Tran, Kempner High School. Sydney Chen, water polo, Austin High School. And Isaac Mangum, water polo, Austin High School. And as we gather for a group photo, principals, if you'd like to join, any coaches who are not already up, go ahead and join for the photo. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1.
Good job. Congratulations to our Scholar Champion Award winners. Gotta clap for her. We'll give our families a moment to make their way out as well. Thank you, parents, for coming out and supporting. Now I'd like to invite Ashley Avalos and Samantha Felwell with the American Heart Association. They're here with a special recognition. If you can join us right up here at the podium.
All right, test. There we go. Hi, guys. Good evening. We're so honored to be here. For over 40 years, the American Heart Association has been working in schools, lots of them right here in Fort Bend ISD and throughout the country, bringing awareness to our mission and bringing awareness to raising life-saving donations for the Heart Association. And we're just so honored to get to recognize two very special schools here in the state of Texas that happen to be in Fort Bend. So the National Honor Society at Ridge Point High School is being recognized tonight with a national award by the American Heart Association for raising over $15,000 in life-saving donations during their American Heart Challenge program. During that time frame, students are students are encouraging family members to get healthy with them and also bring awareness to raising money for the Heart Association. And so we had record-breaking participation and also impressive donations raised too. Ridge Point High School also was ranked number 10 in the nation for most donations raised last year. So just a big shout out to them. I don't know if we want to recognize them. They come in, or do we want to just read everybody and their principal? Oh, yes, sorry. Okay, so I'll go to the next. Do you want me to go to this? Okay, so representing Ridge Point High School, we have students Raven Toka and Madison Bouchard. And our National Honor Society sponsor is Lauren Merkel. Incredibly impressive. Do you want to go give them their award then? And Ashley's got a special award for. Oh, is that the right one? That's the wrong one. Here we go. Sorry about that. We'll get a picture. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Our next recognition goes to Sienna Crossing Elementary for being recognized for being the top 10 school in the state of Texas, raising over $41,000 for the mission of the American Heart Association through their Kids Heart Challenge program last year. They have been doing this program since the beginning, and we just are so appreciative of those involved. So honoring them, we have students Kenzie Sherman and Reed Weemus. And a really big shout out to coaches Molly Brogan and Chrissy Perez. Bring everyone up.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. And thank you to the American Heart Association for coming out this evening. Now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Woodbeck. Well, good evening, everyone. Now is a moment for us to take the time to recognize our amazing elected trustees, those who serve voluntarily without pay and who put in a tremendous amount of time just to be prepared for a meeting like this. They're literally going through binders that are sometimes 3 inches thick. It's a lot of time and a lot of dedication, and we're very grateful. This is School Board Recognition Month, observed in Texas every January, to build awareness among citizens about the importance and the vital role that an elected Board of Education can play in society.
We're proud to recognize our members of the Board of Trustees and express our sincere appreciation. They're individuals who have a strong and unyielding commitment to doing what's best for children in our district. By contributing those countless hours of their time, our board members work to ensure that our system is governed in the most effective and efficient manner possible, and always with the best interests of students at heart. So please join us in recognizing, so if you'll just kind of wave, President Kristen Davis Malone, Vice President Judy Day, Board Secretary Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam, Board members Rick Garcia, David Hamilton, Angie Hannon, and not with us at this time, Danetta Williams. And we also want to take a moment and express our deep appreciation to the family members of the Board of Trustees, because we know that they also sacrifice in order for them to serve. Many of them were here at our reception earlier and have gone on to take care of family and other responsibilities. But if you are still here, I know Mr. Day, there's a few of you still here, please stand and know that we want to recognize all the family members of our board. And so now it's okay. We have a special student gift for the board that was created by 5th grade students at Ann Sullivan Elementary. And presenting those gifts tonight are Rishab Vyas, Arman Patni, Aishi Argawal, Sanwi Kamagani, Zoyu Sheka, Atish Anaramanchand, and the art teacher, Emmy Smith. So these students are presenting these awards tonight to our board. And we thank you, students, for helping to make this happen and to appreciate others. We know that's part of our culture of kindness, and you are being student leaders in our district for this. And so we thank you for that. Additionally, I want to recognize, and so stay for the students that are here, Blake Barnes, a third-year culinary student from the James Reese Career and Technical Center, and he is a senior at Elkins High School. Blake, if you can join me at the podium. And Blake's teacher, Chef Joy Hunt, is also here, and I believe that there is a special presentation from Blake. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Tonight I have prepared a triple fudge chocolate cake with an orange Bavarian cream filling and a vanilla buttercream icing. The cake is decorated like a geode, and just like a geode, we may look a certain way on the outside, but when a little formative pressure is applied, we can crack open and show our beautiful possibilities. Thank you.
Blake, where are you headed to school after this? Do you know?
Hopefully either Sam Houston State, or if I go to a culinary school, probably the Culinary Institute of Lenote. So either one, I'm still deciding.
Wow. And thank you. And thank you for supporting him. Thank you, students, and thank you to the members of the Board of Trustees. And for our audience, the back room is filled with delightful tokens of appreciation from all of our schools in the district. So I think, do you want to get a picture here? Can we get the cake? I'll just let that be the board. Stay back. Oh, principals, please come forward. There we go.
All right. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you very much. That concludes our recognition.
That's a lot to take in, right? I'm overwhelmed right now with just gratitude. This role here as a trustee is an honor. It's an honor for each and every one of us to serve our community, to serve the staff, to serve the public, the taxpayers, and that people have the confidence in us and they entrust in us. First of all, it's the largest employer in Fort Bend County, and then almost 80,000 students, and then some, right? Wow. And to just be blessed with this kind of appreciation, it's moving. And did y'all see that cake? Holy cow. It was beautiful. And the story that comes through with it. And what I'm seeing right now that's happening in Fort Bend ISD is exactly what Blake said, is the geode. And like once you crack it open, the beauty. And I'm not talking about us, but the kids and the teachers and the work and the amazing things that are going on right now in our schools and the culture of kindness that is so present. I cannot tell you how thankful I am on behalf of myself and my fellow trustees here for each and every one of you that are serving here tonight and that serve in every single one of the campuses across this district. We are so incredibly blessed with talent, hard work, and love. And I'm just really, really moved by everyone here tonight. And if anyone else has something they want to share, please feel free. But I am just overflowing right now with gratitude. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, I definitely have to just chime into that. And there are so many things that have come our way. And this evening has been very, very special. I also appreciate the staff and all of the principals and assistant principals that came through today. To go through an entire day and then to stop and take time to come into the atrium and to celebrate and just to say thank you. Time is so very precious. And when someone stops and takes the time to bake a cake, to make art, to write a note, and just to come over, we just really appreciate it. There's that time you just can't escape. And we just thank you all. It's beautiful, and my heart is full. Thank you.
So I would like to add a little bit more. So I'm not going to repeat everything they already said. So I just want to say I really agree. We're here. I mean, thank you for the community for their trust, right, to put us here. So we may have different opinions from time to time, but we're here to make the decision based on what's the best for the kids. So many times we think about it, we have our own kids. You have 2 or 4. It's already very hard when you make decisions for your own kids. But we're sitting here, we're making the decision for 80,000 students here. So this is the hardest thing I have ever done. I've done a lot of things. So I'm going to ask the community for your understanding, for your support, because without your support, we can't do what we do. So I appreciate you, just like you. Today you showed your appreciation. I want to show the same appreciation to our community. So thank you.
I'll just add to that. So I want to say thank you to my fellow trustees. So now having a better idea of all the demands and the stresses that come with this job, I appreciate each of you even more than I did before I was on the board. And just from being on the board, having a front row seat to all of the successes as well as the challenges, they just hit you differently, so that you have a greater appreciation for the successes, whether it's academics or athletics or fine arts or all of the incredible things going on in the district, as well as all the challenges that we face. And so we're working on those together, and I'm glad to be working with each of you. Thank you.
And I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation to my fellow trustees. We all, it's very enlightening to come up here and listen to different perspectives on how things get done. We're all here, we're all in the business of educating children. We all have kids. I have kids in the district. And it's very rewarding. It's a lot of work, yes, but at the end of the day, I don't do it for praise or appreciation. I'm here to serve my community, our family, Fort Bend ISD. Fort Bend is an amazing place. Fort Bend ISD is an amazing school district. So I just want to make sure that, like all of my other fellow trustees says, we definitely appreciate the support of the community. I appreciate all the feedback that we get, the emails that are coming in. It's very hard to respond to all of them, but we are listening. So I thank you and definitely encourage the community to just kind of keep it coming. Thank y'all.
And I appreciate the words of the other board members, and I am truly grateful for all of the stakeholders, especially those stakeholders who give us grace and patience, because we have hard decisions that we have to make. I appreciate this team out here. The administration that is so patient in answering our questions, because without answered questions, we can't do our job to govern this district. So, again, it's about the kids, it's about the staff, and it's about this community. And I am truly grateful to live in Fort Bend ISD. I think we live in the best community in this state, hands down. Thank you.
I agree with you on that one. Best district, best community. Man, we're blessed.
All right. Thank you all. We're going to move along with our meeting, and we'll start with, I'm sure, more good news with the superintendent's update. Take it over, please, Dr. Whitbeck.
Thank you. Good evening. Just to kind of set the stage, my report tonight will be just a little bit longer than usual because the beginning of a new year, we have so many things going on, and of course also many, many things to celebrate. So just to kind of start off by mentioning some very big projects that we are currently focused on, and they have impact on our parents, our community, our staff, and of course our students. We continue to develop a consolidation plan that will address the dual issue of our older buildings that are underutilized and in poor condition, so that it would cost too much to renovate them. New schools need to be built, and I want to make you aware of meetings that have already been advertised to our community in the areas of Blue Ridge, Briargate, Mission Bend, and Mission Glen. Those will be Thursday at 6 p.m., and they'll be led by our Department of School Leadership. This will be an opportunity for us the team to engage with families. Work continues on the proposed bond package for possible May election. And as a reminder, the district was scheduled originally for that in fall of 2021. So we're 18 months behind on that due to COVID and a lot of other factors. But bonds, as we know, pay for buildings and infrastructure, and there's a hard reality that many are in need of repair. We have infrastructure issues like HVAC, technology, wiring, roofs, plumbing, etc. And so a successful bond would help fund those needs. Our budget design team continues leading work to identify $47 million in cuts. And as you remember, this became necessary in this last summer and fall as we analyzed our budget and as we did go to the taxpayers asking for a VATRE that did not pass. As a reminder, the taxpayer dollars in this category, they pay for our operating, they pay salaries, they pay utilities, and operating expenses. So we'll have an update a little bit more this evening on budget cuts and where we are in that process. And you can expect to see more of that as we move into the month of February. And then lastly, in terms of the updates, our calendar committee and our surveys have gone out, and that has closed last Monday. The committee is going over the results, and we expect to bring you a 23-24 calendar next month. All right, so let's move on to some excitement. There it is, drum roll. Fort Bend ISD reaches and actually surpasses 80,000 students. I believe today we were at 80,100 students. Yeah, and that's exciting. And this is the first time in the history of Fort Bend ISD. So we have not only gotten their children back from COVID, but we keep adding and keep adding. And before the winter break, we were hundreds of students from this goal. And we weren't quite sure if we would actually make it this school year or not. And here we are, barely into January, and it's here. So we're going to celebrate the good news on February 2nd, and we're going to do it 80s style. So on that day, we're going to ask our teachers, staff, and students to dress in 80s attire. So get the leg warmers and the parachute pants and all the fun stuff from the 80s ready. That afternoon at 2 p.m., the Board of Trustees and myself are going to host a special reception for the student that is the 80,000th enrollee in Fort Bend ISD. We're working on that, working with their parents behind the scenes to get permission. But tomorrow we'll begin publicizing celebration details on social media and internally. So look for that and get your 80s outfits ready. Okay? All right, let's look at some other successes. Austin High School, Navy JROTC cadet. She's been selected to the Navy's Elite Flight Academy. Riva Jogdand. She will attend the 2023 Commander of Naval Air Forces Flight Academy this summer. There are only 26 selected in the entire nation. After an intensive 8-week program at the Flight Academy, Riva will earn college credits and she will get her private pilot's license. Recently, she was a guest on Channel 2's Houston Life program. And you may recall last year that one of our Travis High School students was also selected for this Navy's prestigious Flight Academy program. So congratulations to her. Marshall High School basketball coach Ronnie. A big shout out, Ronnie Courtney. When his team won their game against Fulshire Friday night, it was his 700th career win. And what a victory it was. Yes. And when he was at Bush High School, he led his team to a state championship in 2010. And when he was at Willow Ridge High School, he won back-to-back state championships in 2000 and 2001. And he was named National High School Coach of the Year. Congratulations, Coach Courtney, on your stellar career. And congratulations to his player, Jayland Lowe, who scored his 2,000th point in Friday night's game against Fulshire. Exciting. Moving to fine arts, 46 Fort Bend ISD students have been named Texas All-State Band, Choir, and Orchestra members. And this honor is given to a very small percentage of fine arts students. The competition started out with 70,000 students. So congratulations to those 46, and I am always so proud when I see them all achieving such high caliber of distinction. Our spring theater schedule, the Fine Arts Department has announced it, and it is an amazing lineup of shows across our 11 high schools. It's always exciting. It's like being in a front row seat on Broadway. Performances are open to the public, so be sure you go out and support our talented students. A lot of them have been coming to the admin building and giving us just a little taste. That one right there was Austin High School's Footloose, who did a little performance in the atrium for us, and we just had Hightower this morning with Dream Girls. So to find out about performances and times and ticket costs, visit the high school's websites. Now for a fact from Shaq. as we have that support that we provide to SHAC and they to us is so important. And it's important for our well-being to find ways to cope with stress. So how about trying to dance it away? Dancing can minimize stress, reduce depression, and improve social and emotional health. I'm sure our Deputy Superintendent Steve Bassett can talk about that because he goes dancing with his wife every week, don't you? And but dancing, so maybe we'll do some 80s dancing. I'm not even sure I remember what those were, but we'll have to think about that. All right, another exciting thing. In case you missed it, Elkin's 2012 graduate, Arbany Gabrielle has been crowned Miss Universe. So not only did she make history by becoming the first Filipina American to hold the titles of Miss Texas USA and Miss USA, now she is Miss Universe. So while at Elkin, she was a very well-rounded student. She participated in band, yearbook, kickstart, and volleyball. She's also a fashion designer, and she has a giving spirit. Last November, she stopped by Quail Valley Middle School, where she held a special assembly for the girls to talk about things like self-esteem, confidence, and inner beauty. So congratulations, Miss Universe, Elkins grad. And then another special, the beauty just keeps on rolling in Fort Bend ISD. And we currently have an outstanding student at Dulles High School who is following the footsteps of our Miss Universe. In fact, here's a picture of them together. This student is Madison Abear, and I believe she's here tonight, and you can kind of spot her. Yeah. Oh, we love it. Yes, we love that. Thank you. Madison, we're so glad to have you here tonight. And she's just become crowned Miss Houston's Outstanding Teen. Her platform is foster care and CPS reform. Her mom, who's a single parent, welcomed 2 foster children into their home and served as a special inspiration to her. Madison's been in Kickstart since 6th grade, and she's a member of the 2-time national championship team. In fact, she won the talent portion of the pageant with a martial arts demonstration. So little do we know when we're starting Kickstart in 6th grade what it can do for students. Madison is a 3-time All-American cheerleader and a 3-time recipient of the district's Academic Excellence Award. We're proud of you. Very proud of you. Look at that picture. And finally tonight, I'd like to close with honoring a very special member of our executive team, our own Chief Communications Officer, Veronica Sofer, who will be leaving us. Tonight will be her last board meeting. She joined our district as a chief in 2017. I had a little bit of overlap with her before I left to be a superintendent, but always appreciated her from the beginning. She and her team, they have seen it through so many things. I want you to think for a moment about being chief of communications and handling a truckload of critical communications in these 6 years, like Hurricane Harvey, shutting everything down, COVID, shutting down in-person instruction and prompting online instruction, the freeze, and new campus openings. So she's had it all. Her team has handled graduation, special events, all emergency messages, all media relations, the good news stories, a successful bond election in 2018, and the district's first ever VATRE. Veronica and her team, they've won numerous awards for excellent work in publications, writing, photography, video production, graphics, arts, and public relation campaigns. Before coming to Fort Bend ISD, Veronica served as communications public relations leader in Leander ISD and Arlington ISD, and in several industries, including hospitality, banking, and public health. She's also the immediate past president of TSPRA, which is the Texas School Public Relations Association. She leaves us to focus more time on her family and on her own public relations business, which I have no doubt will be highly successful. And I see that her husband, Chris, her daughters, Sophia and Kylie, are here tonight. And by the way, Kylie's one of our Elkin students, so we love that. And we thank her family for allowing her to serve Fort Bend ISD in these last 6 years. And Veronica and the E-team, we will miss you. When I first arrived in October a year ago, I think Veronica had aspirations for this company at that time, and she held on, and we had those conversations, and I'm personally very grateful that you did. So thank you for the year and plus that you gave to me. And so Veronica Sofer, congratulations, best of luck to you.
Cameron, do you want us over here? Or? No, right over here.
Kylie's also a student at Reese in cosmetology. Yes.
Very nice.
And Kylie gets to practice a lot at home.
Yeah. That's great. You slide over a little bit more. You come in the center. Okay, we'll take a couple. 3, 2, 1, 1, 3, 2.
Thank you, Ms. Sofer, for all of your contributions to Fort Bend ISD for these last years. We greatly appreciate it and wish you the best of luck as you embark on this new chapter. And regarding that superintendent's update, holy moly, no wonder we're hitting over 80,000. Who would not want to be a part of Fort Bend ISD with all of this success, from beauty to brains to achievements nationwide, going to the Naval Academy to contribute to our country? I mean, my goodness, guys, we got it going on. And thank you to all of these principals and teachers that are here, because without you, it wouldn't be happening. And y'all are really the ones that grease the wheels and make it happen for these kiddos. And I just can't say thank you enough. All right. Well, can't wait till next month, right? Now we're going to move on to board members' reports. And we will start with our activity report by Dr. Shirley Gilliam.
All right, good evening. Your board at work tonight. Here we go for January. We all attended, or some of us attended, but here are the items. Vision and Planning Committee meeting, special call meeting for team building, board audit committee meeting, meetings to discuss original boundary recommendations, student leadership 101, session 4, board policy review committee meeting, Teacher of the Year application judging, campus visit to Hodges Bend Middle School, HGAC 2023 annual meeting and state of the region, Malala Elementary's multicultural night, the 7 continents, HGAC local government summit, meeting to discuss Teacher of the Year processes, special call meeting to discuss legislative priorities, Coffee with PACE, the Fort Bend Association of Parents for Academic Excellence, FBISD Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Art Contest exhibit at Ann Sullivan Elementary. All in mentoring at Hunters Glen Elementary. Bowie Middle School Culture and Climate Social. School Bond Oversight Committee meeting. Gulf Coast Destination Imagination Tournament Appraiser Training. Bush High School Theater production of Once on This Island. Coding and Filmmakers Academy. Also, Marshall High School basketball game with all of that super duper stuff with the 2,000 points as well as the 700th win. And that is the end of your board at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Are there any committee reports? All right, seeing none, let's move on to, actually, we'll give a quick legislative committee report. And she just mentioned that we had our special session over that. And regarding the legislative committee, I think our board really tightened that up. We started preparing communications as far as that went and finalized everything and then moved forward with strategy. And we're excited about going with our kids, the Leadership 101 and 102 kids to the Capitol this coming month in February and advocating for public education in ISDs. All right, moving on. We're going to go to public comment, and there are 4 speakers. This is at 4:30 p.m. tonight, and the board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through grievance process policies, GF local or DGBA local, to seek resolution to complaints. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 3 minutes to make their comments. Once the speaker starts their comments, the board secretary, Dr. Gilliam, will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 3-minute time limit has elapsed and whether the speaker has concluded their comments, Dr. Gilliam will announce that the speaker's time has elapsed. I then ask that you return to your seat. Our first speaker is Congressman Pete Olson. And Congressman Olson, thank you for returning after last Monday. We appreciate it.
Good evening, President Malone, Superintendent Whitbeck, and the leaders of Fort Bend ISD. I want to apologize for the awkward moment I caused 2 weeks ago in this very room, but I was a congressman for 12 years. But I'm going to share some good news with y'all into a challenge. First, the good news. I am now on the board of directors for the Lone Star Flight Museum. And we missed Fort Bend ISD during COVID, but COVID is fading. So I'm here to invite all of y'all to take a personal tour of the improvements we've made at the museum to make sure our kids are the best in the world in STEM. In 2017, we moved from Galveston Island to Ellington Field. This is great news. I'll use Bush High School as an example. Before our move, our Broncos had a 2.5-hour round trip in traffic to Galveston. The trip to our new museum takes 1 hour and 22 minutes. If you take that hour that they're not on the bus and give it to us with 1 more hour, those Broncos will be flying themselves solo from Galveston to Ellington. That magic hour we get gives us a fighting chance to change their lives. Those 2 hours in our Aviation Learning Center, the ALC, allows these students to learn the dynamics of lift, drag, and pre-flight navigation. You get to actually pre-flight an actual Moody Citation aircraft. And then they fly that aircraft solo from Galveston to Ellington. In a simulator, of course, but still, they are excited about STEM by flying their plane that they only trained on for 2 hours. And Fort Bend ISD has invited all of y'all, everybody in this room, to come down to the museum. Please have your STEM director contact a man named James Talmadge at the museum. His number is 346-708-2517. Go to lonestarflight.org for more details. Now my challenge for
30 seconds.
of the trustees. 4 years ago, I joined an elite club. A club that says, honk if you love our crossing guards. Ms. Hayden joined that club in December of this year at Ridgemont Elementary. Y'all gave Recognition Day for Santa Crossing Elementary School. How about you join this league club by going this Thursday?
Time.
Support our kids in STEM. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Congressman Olson. Our next speaker is Claire Paradin from Girl Scouts of San Jacinto. And Claire. Aww. Oh, thank you.
You can see cookies in there.
Hello, Fort Bend ISD Board. My name is Lucy Rixner, and I am a Girl Scout ambassador with Troop 28173 from Clemens High School. So being a Girl Scout is one of the things that I'm most proud of, and it has allowed me to have so many cool new experiences, help my community, and make some awesome friends along the way. Recently, I earned my Gold Award, which is the highest award that can be earned in Girl Scouts, and it took a lot of work and about 2 years of effort, and I learned a lot throughout that award about, planning and delegating tasks, and just Girl Scouts has been a very big influence on my life. So on behalf of all of the Girl Scouts in Fort Bend ISD, I'd like to thank you for making Fort Bend ISD a place where girls can challenge themselves, be confident in who they are, and make our community and the world a better place through Girl Scouts. We brought you each some Girl Scout cookies as a sweet little token of our appreciation for all of your support of Girl Scouts. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Our next speaker is Ayo Sene. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
It's Ayo Sane.
Thank you.
No problem. Over the last school year, I've had to face the ramifications of Bridgepoint High School's refusal to adequately hold their staff and faculty accountable. Due to the reprehensible actions of employees, I have been blocked unnecessarily from participating in spaces that I have not only helped build, but carried on my back for the entirety of my high school career. For example, last year, I became the first person in over 6 years from Ridgepoint to attend nationals for speech and debate, and took the debate coach to nationals for the first time. Some of these reprehensible actions include saying that I do not know the Black experience because I'm not impoverished, failing to know who Ruby Bridges is, and then explaining to me how she wasn't even that important, saying that Black rap culture caused the majority of crimes when he was a child, goading and encouraging other students I've had issues with to attend a presentation of mine to quote-unquote mess with me, ignoring my messages to attend debate tournaments that the rest of the team was going to, telling our former president his favorite sexual positions, and a plethora of other actions that not only I, but my older sisters who have since graduated had faced as well. But the debate coach isn't the only problem. Some other inappropriate counters I have faced include being pulled into a closet-like hallway by another employee last school year, and upon expressing that I do not feel comfortable and would like to leave, being threatened with being taken to an AP and my club being ended. When going to an assistant principal to try to explain what happened with said employees' repetitive harmful behaviors, nothing happened. And this behavior isn't a surprise, but a result of the complete lack of action on behalf of admin. I do not know if I'm the only student who's facing this type of behavior, but I do know that I appear to be the only one willing to speak to y'all about it. The last time I appeared in front of y'all was last year to talk about Ridgepoint's COVID policies, and my principal was more than eager to have me in his office, something that I did not express interest in doing. But when trying to talk about the debate sponsor's poor behavior, the response was lackluster. The response? I don't think we have anything to meet about. Please stop contacting me about this issue in more words. When I met with my principal my freshman year with my parent to discuss the sponsor's racist comments, the onus was put on me for having a discussion about race with him, when in fact all of his discussions are racialized, and the debate sponsor proceeded to say that he would not retract what he said because he did not think it was wrong. Please explain to me why we are allowing people who cannot understand why thinking that black people and poverty are mutually exclusive is wrong around malleable teenagers. I'm not sure you can answer this, but I'm sure my principal can. Talking to y'all like this is a last result. I've tried several things that might mitigate the effect of what is going on and have had them denied. But if the actors involved truly do not think that what they are doing is wrong, they should be fine with me repeating them to y'all. I'm not misrepresenting anyone's actions. I'm simply amplifying them. I've tried a plethora of things and done them all respectfully. The same respect that was not afforded to me. I'm not here to talk about my ability to get to debate tournaments, but the monumental failures that have caused me my inability to get to them. Monumental failures that have and will continue to create an environment where teachers feel emboldened enough to abuse their power knowing that they won't face repercussions, knowing that they have the power to alter a student's future for the worse. I can say with certainty that the quality of my time at Ridgepoint has been tainted by these actions. Let us try to prevent this from happening to current and future students by taking action. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sene. Okay, and our last speaker tonight is Mrs. Glenda McCall. Ms. McCall, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members and admin. My name is Glenda Guzman McCall. I'm the president of the American Federation of Teachers of Fort Bend. I'm here today to express my concern and the concerns of teachers, staff, and families of the plans to consolidate Blue Ridge and Ridgemont Elementary, Mission Bend, and Mission Glen Elementary. The concerns stem from these schools being schools requiring assistance due to being Title I and schools designated as closing gaps. Let's talk about these schools. According to Houston Association of Realtors, Mission Glen Elementary's demographics are comprised of 41.9% Hispanic, 32% African American, 15.5% Asian, 5.85% white, and 77.61% economically disadvantaged, 35.62% LEP, 31.81% bilingual, and 1.27% are gifted and talented, while 15.78% are special ed. Mission Bend, similar, 54% Hispanic, 30% African American, 9% Asian, 33% white, 79% economically disadvantaged, 29% LEP, 26% bilingual, 2% gifted and talented, 12% special education. Briargate has 72% African American, 32% Hispanic, 1% white, 84% economically disadvantaged, 9% LEP, 16% SPED, and less than 1% GT. Blue Ridge, pretty similar, 69% African American, Hispanic 25%, 1% white and Asian, 86% economically disadvantaged, 6% LEP, 14% SPED, and less than 1% GT. Why these schools? What are we going to do to ensure that teachers' class loads are not overloaded, that students in need of interventions are adequately serviced, that enough personnel is designated and employed to accommodate the academic, socioeconomic, mental health needs of these students, to ensure equity? With these levels of diversity, we will need to ensure that cultural competence of all the staff and that equitable resources are sustained for these schools. If you fail to plan, you've planned to fail. We cannot afford to fail these students or our staff who are already spread thin and overwhelmed. What are we going to do to ensure that all these stakeholders are successful? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McCall. And that sums up or concludes our public speakers. And I would just like to say that I think it's great, and we welcome these public speakers and for the kids who spoke tonight, too, and how they articulated themselves to communicate, whether it was Girl Scouts or the Ridge Point high school kid, that outstanding. Outstanding that our kids are getting up here and speaking and advocating or sharing what's going on with our organizations. And that tells a lot. And I hope, and I know, and I want the public to know that our staff will be looking into that one young lady's situation as well. Girl Scouts, I heard y'all like a photo, and so would we. So let's join each other up front, please. Thank you.
Everybody in? Are you guys ready? You got the smile. Ready? One. Good guys. There you go. One more. Oh, she said one more. One more. One more.
We're going to, or I'd like a short recess. Y'all all good with a short recess for 10 minutes? Sound good? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. That's right, cookies, geode cake, you name it. It's 7:08. We'll be back at 7:18. Thank you. time is 7:18, and we are now back in session. For those of you just now joining us on the live stream, thank you, and thank you for your patience. We had a little glitch in the system with it going into archive, but it should now be available for all. And our apologies for any inconvenience from that. All right, we're going to move on to our first information item, which is the update on policy FC Local and upcoming presentations.
Good evening. Thank you. So this evening, Mr. Bassett and I are going to deliver a very brief presentation on kind of what's coming in the next round of meetings and deliverables for you all as board members in February, especially. And so, as you know, you received. There's a slide deck that accompanies this. Thank you. The timeline began on Friday with the proposed boundaries that were put forward to you with the preliminary report along with the community, and that link is live for community viewing and feedback. It started on Friday and running through 11:59 p.m. this coming Friday, so that we can capture feedback and input from not only board members but also members of the community. And we will take that feedback and review every single piece of it and then work with the School Boundary Oversight Committee in reviewing that feedback and finalizing the final recommendations that will be brought forward to you in February. So our next two rounds of meetings with the SBOC are February 2nd and then February 7th, so we can process through that with them. We'll be also sharing with you at the February 6th board workshop a more detailed report on plans for campus consolidation and possible closures. And then on the 13th, we will present the final boundary recommendations to you all. That is the plan. Again, based on feedback from the community to determine whether or not we need to make any adjustments or bring forward what we've shared with you previously and what the community has been giving feedback on. We're hopeful for board consideration and possible action that night on the 13th, but then also, as you have been made aware, there's a special called meeting on Monday the 27th, and that'll provide an additional time for us to work through those boundaries if need be, and then also to share with you two important annual deliverables, which are the annual enrollment review, where we will talk about what are our next steps for this coming school year, 23-24, and where are we headed in our longer range planning as it relates to not only building usage, but also our facilities in general and our facility master plan. Each spring, we provide the facility master plan around February, sometimes March, and then we come back to you in June with the final plan. So it gives you an idea of where we're headed with a combination of what the outside demographers, PASA data provided to us, and then also the work that we've already done based on the approvals of the boundaries, and so where we need to go next. An example of that is a deeper look in the Northwest and other areas that have brought forward, that the board members, you yourselves have brought forward, and also members of our community have brought forward. So that's the timeline in a nutshell. Lots of work going on and lots more to bring to you in February. So it's going to be a busy month and an exciting month full of lots of information. I just wanted to give you kind of a high-level overview of that. And the next, just a refresher here for everybody, this year's focus on that boundary work through policy FC Local was to focus on relieving utilization in the northwest portion of the district and then cleaning up a couple of feeder patterns in that area, the exciting opening of Alyssa Ferguson Elementary, and then addressing overutilization also at Heritage Rose and at Leonetti. And then, of course, the opening of Crawford High School this spring to establish that attendance community and to work with ending cap and overflow from Ridge Point to Hightower, and then also establishing that new boundary for the community there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve to talk a little bit more about rebuilds and consolidation.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. So just to give you a little bit more detail, what you'll be hearing in the future. So the rebuilds, as you know, Briargate and Mission Bend are included in Bond 2023. On January 18th, Dr. Mensa and his team had meetings with the staffs that would be impacted by the rebuilds and consolidation. We have meetings scheduled, as Dr. Whitbeck mentioned in her superintendent report. We have meetings scheduled on this, January 26th. And then we'll share the scenarios with the board on the 6th of February, our next meeting, whenever we're going through all of the bond information. So you'll see the same information that we're sharing with those groups. And we've been talking about some of these items before in some of our smaller meetings.
You've seen these arrows before. The last time we visited them, they pointed towards our original recommendations, which launched our conversations with you all several months ago. So I just want to kind of check off where we've been and where we yet have to go. On January 9th, PASA delivered the annual report. So the top arrow there is a check mark, and we're using that for our continuous planning and to bring to you the annual enrollment review so we can talk about the 23-24 school year and how we're going to be utilizing our buildings. And then, as I mentioned, the recommended updates to the facility master plan will be delivered to you as well on the 27th. And then we'll work through that plan to bring the final plan to you in June or by June of this year. So you can get a preview, and then the final will be coming forward towards the summertime. And that leads us into our 23-24 attendance community planning and the next round of work with our school boundary oversight committee as we move into the future. That's all we had for you tonight. Was a little bit of an update to tell you how we're navigating forward in the next few weeks.
Thank you, Mrs. Martinez and Mr. Bassett. Board, do we have any questions? All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. Almost said doctor. We keep trying to give you an honorary doctorate, Mrs. Martinez. Thank you for that. So just to clarify, so the feedback from the board as well as the committee will be incorporated into the updates going forward for the next meeting.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
No, go ahead. Okay. I need to know if I heard you correctly. Did you state you were Brygate was going to be closed or consolidated? Am I hearing that correctly?
So we're going to be in the bond 2023, just like the plan that we went through last summer. We haven't changed the overall plan that much. When we were thinking about having the bond in November, we had 2 elementary rebuilds in the plan, and one was for Briargate Elementary for it to be rebuilt, and Mission Bend Elementary for it to be rebuilt. And so when they're rebuilt, we're actually going to demolish those schools, move them to other campuses, and then when it's rebuilt, which will take at least 2 years, then those kids would go back.
So what happens if the bond does not pass?
If the bond does not pass, so if you probably remember that during our VATRE discussions that our goal, because of the number of campuses that we have, or our need to help save money, is to consolidate at least 3 elementary schools. And so this is part of that plan. And so if the bond does not pass, we still feel like we need to take action to consolidate campuses. But you'll be getting more detail on that at the next meeting.
Right, and that's what I mean, and I get you on that, but I'm just trying to be clear. I hear what you're saying, that we're going to get them out under the guise that we're going to build a brand new school.
Mm-hmm.
But irregardless of if the bond passes or not, those kids are going to go to another school because you need to consolidate to save money. So building a new school, it's not going to save any money because you're going to open up another campus.
Well, we'll elaborate on exactly what that plan is at the next meeting. We're going to have the more detail for the affected community of those schools. Just like we had the principal meetings, we're going to have those meetings later this week, and the presentation we're showing them, this board will see on the 6th. Well, it'll be sent that Friday.
Be sent out on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Martinez, so during your presentation, you mentioned you're opening up to the community for the feedbacks, right? So first of all, thank you for the data you sent over. I noticed there's 27, one of the meeting we had a 27 survey, right? We received 27 survey from SBOC members. I think if I remember correctly, that's from the north part, like Travis changing. So I'm just curious because we have 55 SBOC members. I'm just wondering, it's kind of low, right? I mean, is there any reason for not getting more feedbacks from those SBOC members?
So we did not have all members attend, but because we had, it was a virtual meeting, we were able to record the meeting, and so those members who have contacted us are able to watch the meeting. We sent it out to everybody. They're able to still watch it and engage and provide feedback. So as we get additional feedback from any of the members that were absent at those meetings, we'll provide an updated report to that preliminary report. There were quite a few missing in both meetings.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand correctly, those members, they can still fill out their surveys, even they missed the live session. Is that correct?
They should be able to. I'll confirm right after this presentation's over, but yes, ma'am, that's the intention. And we've been getting some follow-up questions, and even the chat from the teams in some instances prior to the weekend, we were getting some comments, so that's active.
Okay. So another thing is I noticed on your preliminary report, there's 4 options for the SBOC members, right? Mm-hmm. This is the comments more for them than for you, because when I sit over here, I only have 2 buttons, like yes and no. I don't have 4 options. So I was part of the SBOC before I served on the board. So I do understand the task they have to do. So I'm speaking to the SBOC members right here. I'm putting a lot of trust in this committee, and I'm trusting a lot of their feedbacks. So please, when you fill out the survey, if they have questions, they can reach out. I'm sure a lot of people will answer their questions, but keep that in mind. As a board members, we're sitting over here. We only have 2 buttons. So that's something I wanted to put out there before they give us the feedback. And I want to thank all the SBOC members for their time. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Day. I will share that the meetings from last week and the week prior were specific to providing ratings and feedback on whether or not the original recommendations align to the 8 decision principles in policy. Per that policy, that's the charge of the SBOC in developing that round of boundaries, is to determine whether or not they believe that the recommendation meets the 8 decision principles, and then whether or not they can support it, support with hesitation, not support, or not accept at all. And then at the end, there's a voting, or not so much voting, but a rating criteria where they accept or do not accept based on that criteria. Now, this next round of meetings, somewhat different because we take all of the feedback and we go through that feedback with them to determine next steps. And what we may need to do according to the feedback that we've received, not only from board members, but also from the community.
Okay, thank you for that. Actually, I read a lot of feedbacks there, right? So in the report. So I do notice some concerns from different SBOC member, actually very similar to our concerns here. So that's why I really appreciate that they are putting their time and they are understanding the material. Some of the decision principles, actually, they are not easy to draw the line. Like it's not black and white. So because of that, I'm going to asking the team to help the SBOC members to understand, help us too. So that way, because, rezoning or boundary, it's a really big thing for the community, right? And I know we always say we want a minimum disruption, but there's 2 ways. One is we do small changes and we keep doing the small changes, or we do a big change and then it will sustain for many years. So that's really sometimes we struggle for that. I struggle for that too. So that's all I have. And thank you for all the work you put into there, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, will you elaborate, please, on the change of policy? So I think part of the confusion is that if we could look up the date of when, at the time in which the former board, because I do believe it was no one that is currently on the board, changed the policy on how boundaries are determined. And from what I'm seeing, having been deputy here from 2013 to 17, going away, coming back in 21, with a different policy, I'm seeing that there's confusion and almost a tendency to put more responsibility on the SBOC because that's the way it used to be. Whereas now, from what I understand, the former board decided to take some of that away because it was very, I'm having trouble with my words, but it was very challenging. There was a lot of turmoil, and it was my understanding. But Ms. Martinez, when was that change? And if you could just elaborate, because I know you were here.
Sure. Yes, and I was in the role previously in the same memories that you have, and then not again until recently. So it changed in December of 2020. And it's quite different now. It's a very focused approach with a lot of internal work that's conducted and studied with our external consultants. And then, as I mentioned, the primary role of the SBOC is to validate that that the boundaries we're bringing forward align with those 8 decision principles. Prior to the revision of policy to this degree in 2020, in December, there were focus groups that helped to create the boundaries. And there at times, not in every instance, but sometimes I do know there were some, it was not as productive as it could have been between communities and between schools as community members worked through that work. This provided a level of consistency in what the board at that time, developing the decision principles, seeing those as the main things we needed to be doing when we created a boundary change. And as I mentioned, it kicks off with that annual enrollment review. And typically we wouldn't be having this level of conversation at this time period. We would have already had approval in January of the boundaries that we're working on for the spring. Actually, the whole goal, as I've mentioned before, was more than a year out so that parents know where they're going, and that the minimal disruption piece is so that we're not changing boundaries that then later would need to be changed back or changed differently. So that's something to keep in mind when we began last February with the annual enrollment review at that time and the work we were going to be doing internally and then with the SBOC for relieving the Northwest and for opening the new schools in the Southeast and relieving Heritage Rows was very specific to those goals. And so the short timeline that we're on to make more extensive boundary changes does not allow for the internal work, the change management process, but we'll be coming forward to you when we present that annual enrollment review with what we're beginning to work on for the following year, which will, and you will see, incorporate much of the feedback that we've been given about the work that we need to do in our communities to better utilize our buildings and move students. If we were to now begin a broader, a more significant changing approach to the way that we are recommending boundaries or adding boundaries changes to that, we may find ourselves then next year having to undo something or do it differently at another school or move students more than once. And that's really something we work really hard not to do, to plan with boundaries in mind that will withstand the test of time. Not to say that you might not have to rezone that school again, but not the same students or not, oh, that didn't work, we need to pull you back over here in the same time frame where it's the same cohort of students.
I really appreciate that clarification. I believe the SBOC members, I think they appreciate that clarification too. So I have to say, I do see the benefit doing this way because in the past, we're creating the tensions among the communities, right? So that's really not fair to putting that burden in the community members. I do say that, and I appreciate that. So my comment is really based on the 4 options on their survey. So when they fill it out, I feel even for our future reference, it's going to be beneficial if they clarify what is their role and what we're asking. So thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Wayback.
Thank you, Ms. Day. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Martinez, Dr. Whitbeck. I think that's very helpful discussion. All right, we'll move on to Mr. Garcia, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So real quick on the consolidation plan. Originally, it was, before the TRE passed, it was consolidate 2 schools. And then since the TRE failed, now we're looking at doing, is it four schools total over, can you tell me that again?
So on the slides, if you go back and look, it was 3 campuses, and so that's still the plan. As you know, Barrington Place right now isn't open right now.
And it's 3 into 1 new school?
No, sir. No, sir. We'll get more specific with you on that next year.
Okay.
I mean, next week. Sorry. February 6th.
Next one. Okay. Thank you. On the SBOC piece of it, and I hadn't had a chance to look at the public, and I know that we're using the thought exchange, and I've expressed concerns in the past with all the online, and I know that we originally did it because of COVID, and I really feel like something as important as this, thought exchange is good. It helps. It's a little bit more efficient in how we collect the information, but I think the public, in my opinion, I would prefer if we had kind of a combination of, for when we're doing this the next time, if we had a combination of, the technology to collect the feedback in addition to something, at the campuses or in that feeder pattern, so that the parents and the community can kind of come and we can hear. Because I feel like thought exchange, you're kind of sort of canned into either with, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 choices, sort of similar with how the SBOC itself does the feedback. Either it does, or I'll vote for it, yes, or I'll vote for it with some reservations, or I won't vote for it, kind of thing. So when we're looking at this, and I know that they've sort of pulled back some of the responsibilities of the SBOC, there should be, I think, and I don't know if there is, I haven't been in an SBOC meeting, but I think there should be. If there's not, there probably should be a component where there is some engagement with the members if they have actual suggestions or feedback, like, well, have you thought about, because they might be looking at some things that we're not seeing. So rather than them getting into either picking one of these 4 things, if there's an opportunity for some additional discussion, and I'm not sure if that's not already happening, but I just wanted to bring that up. And we've been getting tons of emails from the Bridgepoint community, and I know that those changes that we're doing it to where the community is only seeing what the SBOC just said we're okay with, and now it goes back to the public. And I'm sure that the public's probably, and I don't know where we're at, I'm pretty sure based on all the emails that we're seeing, that the public is probably not in 100% agreement with the changes. They probably didn't change too much when we went out for the public discussion. So I think there needs to be a little bit more engagement with the community instead of just like the online. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at there. So I'm not sure if we're doing that, or if because I have had some feedback coming my way, and those are some of the comments from committee members and then from the community. I saw it, but I didn't feel like they're listening, but there's still an opportunity for changes to be made based on all of that feedback. So, and that's all my comments. I just wanted to bring that up from some of the things that I've heard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And I think, though, I just want to clarify one thing. At least from what I'm hearing, is there was discussion within SBOC and that people are engaged and they have been communicating, right? That it's not just...
There's discussion, but just to clarify, it's not designing new boundaries or what would it look like if we did this. That was the way that the focus groups years ago did engage in the process, and it's not to that level of discussion. I think in one of the meetings we talked about why we didn't do something a certain way or what led to a decision, but it's not going back and looking at, well, what would this look like if we did this type of a change. or didn't do this but did something different. So there's not that level. And then for the public information that was shared, there are 3 opportunities at 3 campuses for community members who may not have access to technology or a device to be able to go and access the information and provide feedback. But it's not in the way of a public meeting where there's that public interaction and feedback verbally. What we did find that I believe was also part of leading to the changes in this policy were that you would have a certain number of very loud voices often, or people who were very comfortable speaking out. You didn't always get feedback from anyone and everyone who wanted to provide. So I understand. I hear you. There's a need for a bit of balance to that.
It's hard. I mean,
it's a tricky situation, and we want to make sure that the community members, our parents, and our students are getting the information and being able to process through it and provide that feedback without worrying about what somebody else's feedback or thoughts about their feedback might be. There's not a perfect way to do that. So working through it.
No, we appreciate that. And I think that the other thing, though, to keep in mind is those communities are actually having their own conversations as well via a myriad of different Facebook groups, too, where it's a little bit different than, let's say, what we're getting in our email boxes. So the messaging, what I'm getting at, I guess, is that the messaging isn't all consistent, and that there are folks on all sorts of the coin as far as being very pleased with the current boundaries that you guys have proposed, and then there are folks who aren't, right? Which is going to happen every time.
That's going to happen with change. You're going to have...
I mean, it's
Yes.
a difficult process.
It is.
Mrs. Hannon, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. First, I want to just be clear on the December 2020 policy. Are you referring to FC local?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question for clarity is, when I look at the school boundaries procedure document, it seems to have preceded the policy. Is that correct? It looks like it was done in 2019.
So as I recall, the policy was updated, and then the procedures were written, and then there was an update to the policy.
To the policy again.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I'll have to look back to see what changes we
can provide that to you.
made here.
I'll check with the team that was in place working through that. I think they can provide a pretty succinct response to clarify.
If I may,
Sure.
in 2020, there was a very small revision to the policy respecting availability, respecting special ed students and students who are receiving 504 services. The real policy, the meat of the policy was in 2019, and the procedures, as you say, were lined out after that. So.
Okay. I wanted to be clear because I was here in December of 2020, and I didn't recall the policy committee making any huge changes to this, and so I just wanted to clarify when. So this policy specifically was written prior to this board, but we had an update in 2020. Okay, right. Thank you. And so I want to be clear again. SBOC is not involved in consolidation of schools. Okay, and then. Is tonight the first time that parents are hearing of this consolidation plan specifically? I know during the VATRE we mentioned school consolidations, but I don't recall saying any names. So would that be fair, or has the community been?
We did. Dr. Mentz's team. Did meet with the faculty at the 4 campuses. When we you can jump in any time, but I don't think we go tell them, well, go tell all the parents, but we also don't tell them to don't tell the parents. So we've been talking about.
I can add to that.
Yeah. Okay.
So on January 18th, we met with the staff to share the plan. That same evening, we sent out letters to the parents, inviting them to the meeting, and what we told them in the letter that we were recommending the consolidation. It doesn't have all the details about the specifics of the plan, but then it will come to a meeting this Thursday where we'll go through the plan and share all the information.
Okay.
So the parents of the impacted campuses are aware, just not of all the details because we haven't gone through the full presentation. But
Okay.
the staff members are aware, and
Okay.
so there are conversations about it.
So that was last week.
Yes.
I hear you on the 18th. Okay. Well, thank you, because I didn't. I was a little concerned that this might be the first time some parents heard it, and that's maybe not the best strategy to take, or in my, that's just my opinion. So I want to also back up to a question that Ms. Day asked regarding her concern over the number of surveys, or the number of the level of participation of the SBOC. So I certainly understand we all have lots of balls to juggle, and keeping, family and our volunteer roles and all of that going. This is just a really big deal, and to have, almost a 50% absenteeism rate of our SBOC members, that's really important that they be there. So my question is this: is there any way you could provide us like the map of where they're located, and who was present and who was absent during those meetings, just to give us a sense of who are the voting members, and are they really, are they representing those feeder patterns?
So
I would feel more comfortable when that information from the SBOC comes to me, knowing
That's a great
who was
suggestion.
there. And so I do know that the SBOC, the procedures do outline ways that SBOC members can be replaced, I think, but I think it takes a vote of the other SBOC members. So, I mean, with that, I know this is hard conversations for the SBOC. I really, really appreciate those who are there, and I really, really implore those who haven't been able to come, because it's important work. I really, really hope that they're able to.
So we can certainly provide that, similar to the maps we gave for the membership. We can note that. I will emphasize that they were recorded and been made available. So I'll give you all an update as to who all has been able to engage in those recorded sessions and provide feedback. And that was really the rationale for doing that, because that way, things happen. Things happen last minute, I know, to a couple of folks, and that way they can watch it.
So rather than recording, and again, I'm just sharing a concern. I guess it was because it was considered a hearing, or no?
No,
the meeting was not.
No, we record the SBOC meetings.
The actual meeting.
Yes.
So if we have that significant of a number of people who cannot attend in person, I'm not sure if that's something that they would consider opening up to a Zoom. It was a Zoom also?
It was a Teams meeting that we recorded.
It was a Teams meeting. Okay,
Yes,
and we
ma'am.
still had that low level of attendance. Okay, all right. Well, very good. I would appreciate that information.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Do you have additional comments,
I did.
Mrs.
I
Williams?
needed something answered. Mr. Bassett, are we considering closing the schools because of VATRIT? Is that what I heard? That the 3 schools are closing as a result of the VATRIT not passing?
No, ma'am. We actually had in the presentation last year that whether or not a VATRE passed, we would need to. Our plan was to recommend the consolidation of 3 schools.
And that's what I recall. I was just making certain. So if VATRIT would have passed, those 3 schools would have been up for consideration.
We still would have been going with the same plan.
Exactly. Okay, that's what I wanted to
Yes,
make
ma'am.
certain was clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Williams. We're going to move on to Dr. Gilliam.
Just for clarity, because I want to make sure that all of our constituents who are listening to this, what schools are we specifically talking about? I know
We're
it's out
talking
there,
about
but
Mission Bend Elementary, Mission Glen Elementary, Briargate Elementary, and Blue Ridge Elementary. Those are the campuses that we met with, and those are the campuses that could be potentially impacted by the recommendation.
Thank you.
Earlier on, we had a speaker that came and named another campus, and that campus is not involved in it. They named Ridgemont, but Ridgemont is not a part of it.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. And thank you all for the update on Policy FC Local and the upcoming presentations. We appreciate your work, and I appreciate the transparency in this process. All right, we're going to move on to information item B, the Intruder Detection Audit Report findings, and I will pass it on to Chief Ryder.
Hey, good evening. Thank you. As you know, the Texas School Safety Center has been conducting intruder detection assessments and audits at campuses across Texas. As a reminder, they can have a finding or the school could pass with no findings. If a school receives a finding, it can receive a finding in 3 different ways. The intruder assessor, who we don't know who they are and we don't know when they're coming, tries to open exterior doors on the building, and if they're able to open one and they're not challenged, that becomes a finding. Another way there could be a finding is if this assessor then goes to the office and checks in the proper way and speaks to the administrative staff, and the weekly door check audits that we're also required to do are not in 100% order, then that's a finding. And the third way then is after they've checked all the weekly door check documentation, the assessor walks the building with the administrative staff and checks every single exterior door to make sure they're functioning correctly. And if one door is not functioning correctly, then that's a finding. So there are multiple ways to have findings. There's only one way to have a school pass. And when we have a finding, the state requires that we come to the Board of Trustees and notify you at the next available meeting, regularly scheduled meeting, that there was a finding at a particular school. And that's what we've done. What the state does not require us to do is come to you and tell you when we have no findings or when schools pass. But we've done that anyway. We believe in total transparency, and so we come to you and we tell you when we have findings and we tell you when the schools pass. This month, since our last meeting, I'm happy to say that we had 5 additional intruder detection audits, and all 5 passed with no findings at all, which is phenomenal. That represents 22 schools from the fall semester that received intruder detection audits from the state. And so we're now moving into January timeframe, and we're expecting more. So we'll be coming to you every month with these numbers. But we're pretty pleased that all 5 campuses that were assessed since the last time we met have no findings at all.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your leadership with safety in our campuses. That passing 100% of the 5 campuses is a testament of you and our police force and administration and all of the staff working to keep doors closed, make sure kids are safe, and follow the processes and procedures you guys have put in place to increase, or really decrease risk and increase the safety and accountability district-wide. So thank you, and thank you for the transparency in this report.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, do you want to add anything?
Yes, ma'am. So I just wanted to add, so from the safety committee meeting that we had here recently, my math may be off, but I think Chief Ryder and Mr. Roseburg have a combined like 3,000 years of training hours. Just kidding. But combined, that was a joke. But combined, it's 6,000 hours, I think, right? Over 6,000 hours combined between the two of you.
There's a lot. Yes, sir. There's a lot.
Yeah. So just that was just another kind of feather in our cap, so to speak, as far as just all the training that the two of you have been in, and I feel very comfortable with the two of you leading the way on school safety, and it's been great to be part of the safety committee and see how seriously we take that as a district. I think the the public perception, it's kind of slipped down the priority list as far as we've added more time since the last big event. But I just want to say that, you know, as far as the district goes, that's something that we keep at the top of our priority list at all times, and we take that very seriously. And thank you for leading the charge with that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And you're right, the amount of hours in training is quite astounding and impressive. Ms. Williams, do you have some comments you'd like to add?
Yes, I needed to add a comment, and this is for you. I'm concerned about the school security committee. I've spoken with this, I think I texted you, right? And we're not in compliance because we haven't met and got like parents involved, and the law states, Chapter 37 states that the board has to have parents on the committee, and I need to know why we haven't done that, because I think I spoke with this particular trustee over here, and I told him about it, and I think that we need to get really serious about it and get in compliance with the law and make certain that we have parents on this committee. And if we're going to really tell the public that we're being transparent and we're on it, let's get on it and let's follow the law and put some parents on the committee.
We do have parents who serve on the committee.
Okay, but who chose those parents? You know how we do the. I looked at the committee. I see David Hamilton, and I see Chief Ryder. With the SBLC, I can go to the district's website and I can see, you know, the parents who are on that particular website.
Ms. Williams, do you mind if I let Chief share with you the committee, a little bit about the committee membership? Because for me, like he just mentioned the training hours and how impressive it was. For me, I'm by default on the committee as the president, and sitting there, it is impressive the amount of legal prowess around that room from not only our own internal staff, but the staff throughout our county. So from the police departments in Sugar Land, Missouri City, the county officials, I mean, the amount of prowess that is on that committee is impressive. And there are people who reside in Fort Bend and have kids in these schools. Barrington Place, I recall, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but a father at Barrington Place, another campus. There are teachers who are on the committees, and there are administrators who show up and present information every single time. But Mr. Chief Ryder,
that's not going to answer the question. What I'm asking is the process that's in Texas Education Code Chapter 37. It has a process to select parents. My question is around the selection of the parents is what I'm trying to.
Right, and I would have to refer to Chief Ryder or Mr. Roseberg to get you that information, and be happy to have them do that for you this week.
Yeah, we can send you who's on the committee. Of course, like you said, Section 37.109 of the Education Code tells us who has to serve on that committee. I can tell you we're in compliance, and we meet like we're supposed to meet, and the representatives that are supposed to be on the committee have been invited, and we expect them to show up. We have to have a representative from the Office of Emergency Management that's in our city or county. We have to have representatives from the local police department or the sheriff's department. We have to have representatives from our district police department. We have to have the school board president. We have to have another school board member other than the president. We have to have the superintendent. We have to have one or more designees of the superintendent. One has to be a classroom teacher in the district. We also have to have two parents or guardians of students enrolled in the district.
Exactly. That's my question, is the selection of those parents and guardians. Because if I've had parents contact me, what's the process? Why aren't there any parents? I'm hearing you state that we do have parents. Mm-hmm. But my point is, it's just not for Chief Ryder to know or the people on the committee to know. If that is the case, it should have been a process like our other committees. We shouldn't be cherry picking who we want on what committee is basically what I'm trying to get at. If we had two parents, it should have been open district wide, like we, do with our other committees. Let other folk apply and not just go say, hey, Johnny, you can come sit on the committee. That's what I'm saying, because had it been open and we've been transparent about it, I would have never asked a question, because I would have had something that would lead me to say, okay, these are all the people on the committee. We don't have that. We're expecting Chief Ryder to verbally tell me something, and I'm supposed to take it at face value. All I'm saying, if it's policy and you're in compliance, give me the paperwork, make it public facing, end the story. Let's just.
All right, sounds good. He'll get the information to you this week. Thank you, Ms. Williams, for your questions. Do we have any other discussion on this one? No, seeing none, we'll move on. Chief Ryder, thank you for your work, and congratulations on the 5 successful audits. Great job. Moving on to item 8C, strategic and budgetary update.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. This evening we have a legislative and budget update to share with you, although not necessarily in that order. We'll be highlighting information that has come out of Austin related to the 88th legislative session, a general fund year-end update, and then our general fund 23-24 planning process that we're using as we get ready to begin bringing you information about the upcoming budget. For the 88th legislative session, the initial filing of bills for the session kicked off back in November, and the first day of the session was about 2 weeks ago. And March 10th is the 60-day filing for bills, which is the last day that they can actually file bills, and then May 29th is the last day of the actual regular session. We've shared with you previously that the state has and there's no other way to say this, gigantic surplus of $33 billion. That amount is about $14 billion over their November 21 forecast, and it excludes the $13 billion rainy day fund that's available to them as well. And so what I would say is, although there is a large surplus, there are limits on how much of that surplus can be appropriated due to state statute, and I'll go over more of that in just a second. So the state's budget board has estimated the growth rate of the Texas economy at about 12.3%. And then of the $33 billion in surplus that the legislature has available, by statute, they can actually only appropriate $12.5 billion of that without undertaking an amendment to their existing biennial budget. And we expect that they will do that. That's something that gets watched closely across the state. But at this point, this is the maximum amount that they could appropriate. Now, we know that they're going to do that budget maneuver because they've already proposed $15 billion in property tax relief for taxpayers. And so that's something that will be coming. It just has not occurred in the legislative session yet. As I mentioned, the governor and lieutenant governor have not been shy in sharing their legislative priorities, but it is the lieutenant governor that sets the legislative agenda in the Senate, and Lieutenant Governor Patrick has set property tax relief as his #1 priority. Additional priorities include the power grid, border security, and education, and they are in that specific order. And so for education, he's focused on increasing teacher pay, adding a 13th check for retired teachers, school safety, and a parent's bill of rights. And so those are the things that we're looking forward to seeing what additional information may come out of the legislative session as it moves forward. Last week, both the House and the Senate filed their appropriation bills, House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 2. And in both of those bills, property tax was a top priority that was funded. And it included in both HB 1 and SB 2 setting aside $15 billion for property tax relief. They haven't exactly spelled it out in detail how that would work, but that is included in the bill. Both bills also set aside an additional $600 million for school safety. And after that, there are differences between the bills that will need to be reconciled before it's ultimately approved. The House bill includes statutorily required increase to the Tier 2 yield for golden pennies, and that's something that would directly benefit Fort Bend ISD, as we currently have 6 golden pennies. The House bill also increases the instructional materials allotment by $1 billion. It promises to increase school funding in other ways, but it doesn't include any specifics about how that would work. What they do say is that it could come via an increase to the basic allotment, a mandatory increase in pay for teachers, an IMA increase, or some other mechanism. And again, it's not specifically spelled out at this point. The Senate bill is much more vague and states that it fully funds the foundation school program, including enrollment growth. And so we don't know what that means at this point beyond what they've written into the law. And we'll be watching both of these bills carefully as they move forward towards the reconciliation process. So we talked about how much the state has in their surplus, and one of the reasons they are keen to focus on tax relief is it's actually much less expensive than funding anything in education. And so as an example, a $500 increase in the basic allotment, taking it from $6,160 per student to $6,560 per student, costs about $7.3 billion in the new biennium. And so that's a substantial amount of money, about half of what they currently have available. However, property tax relief has a much lower price tag. And so it's much more attractive to legislatures. So they can do 1 cent of tax rate compression, and it only costs about $380 million. And so we do know that they're committed to $15 billion in tax relief. And since both bills are matching, that will likely not change as it moves through the reconciliation process. And that sounds like a lot of money, but if you apply this factor to it, it's going to end up costing the state less than if they were to double the increase that they're looking at for the basic allotment. We're still very early in the session, and so it's too early to determine exactly what direction that they will take, but the areas that we're specifically focused on are school finance, teacher recruitment and retention, charter schools, and state accountability. These are the priorities that were identified by the board, as well as what they may do with vouchers, and of course, unfunded mandates and any other legislative shenanigans that they take on that may directly impact Fort Bend ISD or other school districts. So we'll be watching those very closely and give you all much more information as the legislative session continues. As Steve shared, we're currently, or Dr. Whitbeck shared, we're currently working through $23 million in reductions to the budget. These efforts are underway in earnest currently. And in December, we shared with you all the design team process that we're using to walk through those reductions. And much of that work is nearing completion and is in the process of being reviewed with E-Team. Tonight, we have an additional $785,000 in confirmed identified savings that we'll share with you. And as we move through the budget process in February and March and provide the board updates, you'll get more information and you'll start to see that number really get close to completion. In December, we shared with you we had $2.27 million in confirmed reductions towards the $23 million. The $785,000 in reductions includes discontinuing administration of the PSAT at the 9th grade level. And this says discontinuing REN 360 at 7th grade and above. Actually, what I would say is that we would continue to do REN 360 on targeted student groups, not completely eliminate it, but it will bring down our cost per license extensively by not using it much more broadly as we have in the past. So there will still be mechanisms for measuring student achievement and progress at those grade levels. It just wouldn't necessarily all be through the REN 360 tool. We're also switching to a site-based EL testing model from our current centralized model. Currently, we have that. The EL testing is done exclusively at the complex that we have at Progressive High School over on Texas Parkway. This would decentralize that and move it to 4 sites at campuses throughout the district to make it more accessible to parents. We will look at insourcing custodial services at the Reese Center, discontinuing the ropes course, and there's also additional software programs that we've identified that we can eliminate that will save funding. And after making those reductions, again, they total about $785,000. Our total increases to just over $3 million, with just under $20 million remaining to be identified. And as I mentioned, much of that work has been completed, and I expect that by spring break, when we have that the budget meeting after spring break, this list will be completed. Potentially even in February, you should see the majority of that $23 million identified through the process that we've gone through. We're also estimating on how we anticipate ending our current year, and we have 6 months of the current fiscal year that has elapsed, and so we have a better picture on how we anticipate ending the year. And so I'll start out by saying you all are aware that we've reduced $15.4 million that was incorporated into our current year budget, and that is benefiting us as we've moved forward. And then we have the $27 million in ESSER funding that we set aside to maintain our 90-day fund balance. So both of those are positively impacting our budget as we move forward. In addition to that, we have seen higher than anticipated enrollment growth, and that's added about $10.5 million in additional revenue at a 96% attendance rating. You'll see just in a moment that is being offset, but we are benefiting from those 80,000 students that we have compared to the roughly 78,900 or so that we anticipated for the school year. In addition, as you've probably seen in your personal savings account, if you have one of those, we've seen pretty significant increases in our interest earnings, and that's up by about $3.1 million over what we budgeted. And if you go back into the process of roughly March or April of last year, we were not anticipating that this would occur, and so that's definitely benefited us on the positive side. And then we have about $500,000 in additional revenue from pre-K tuition that was not anticipated due to higher anticipation there than what we anticipated, and so that's benefiting us as well. On the expenditure side, we're benefiting from about $4.1 million in additional salary savings over what we budgeted. I think we've shared with you all previously the difficulty we've had filling positions, teachers, nurses, a variety of positions across the district. And so our vacancy factor is exceeding what we budgeted by about 1%. We had anticipated about a 5% vacancy factor, and this is coming up. We're roughly at a 6% right now, and this is all within the general fund, those positions that are vacant. We have factors that are negatively impacting our budget, and that includes the lower attendance that I just mentioned. We had budgeted for, and we had seen in the past, about 96.5% attendance, and right now we're trending right at 95%. And that delta represents about a $7.9 million reduction in state aid. And so if you look at the $10 million or $10.5 million in additional revenue those students are generating and back out that $7.9 million, we actually net about $2.6 million from that additional enrollment. And so that is positive news overall. We've seen a decrease in our CTE participation that reduces revenue by about $1.3 million, and that's coupled with a reduction in our CCMR bonus by about $3 million. And I'll give you a brief background on this. CCMR, what the state does when they provide this bonus, they look back 2 years to 2020 to determine what the progress of students has been. Well, if you go back 2 years from the time that they establish or calculate the payment of this award, it was actually the middle of 2020, which was the middle of the pandemic, which means some of the metrics that the state uses to measure the success of that, administration of PSAT, ACT, and some of the other standardized tests, that was not being conducted by some of the smaller universities, et cetera, because of the social distancing. So as a result, all districts across the state are seeing a similar reduction in this bonus. And the Texas School Alliance, of which we are a member of, is going to be working for a hold harmless provision on this. I'm not holding my breath, and we're reflecting what we think reality will be. But that lower amount that you see there is actually 2 years, because we anticipate what they've communicated to us is that we did lose it last year. However, because of the way our fiscal year, that's actually being recorded this year, and we're not expecting to receive it again in the upcoming year, based on what the state is, or what TSA is telling us. And so the $3 million that you see there is actually a combination of 2 years of revenue loss that we're having to reflect in the current year. So again, this one is complicated, and there is work being done behind the scenes on it. We'll be advocating along with TSA for the legislature to do something about this, but this is one of the ways that CCMR is being impacted by the pandemic. The final two items that you see or three items that you see on there are utilities. Our utility costs have increased by about $2 million over what we projected. Transportation costs, because of higher fuel costs, have also increased by about $1.3 million over what we budgeted. And then finally, as we shared throughout the process of going through the VATRE, we've been experiencing higher than normal health benefits costs. And that's primarily due to some of those elective procedures that were not done during the pandemic. And as the medical facilities began doing those again, we had a higher number than usual of employees, I don't want to say take advantage of those procedures, but needed those procedures and had been in the queue and had them performed. And so that has put pressure on our benefits fund. Because the majority of our employees are in the general fund, it's being impacted by that. And so as we had in the VATRE, that cost is about $4 million, and we factored that into our year-end estimate to show that we would be bearing those costs in the general fund where the majority of our employees are. So when you take the net impact of the changes that we've just walked through, we still anticipate that we will meet our 90-day operating reserve at year end. And so our revenues will be about $6 million higher than anticipated, and that's a result of the higher enrollment, interest earnings, and pre-K tuition. And our expenditures are about $2.3 million more, and again, that's due to the utilities and transportation costs, but also being partially offset by vacancies. And then finally, our other uses will increase, and that's due to the need to transfer $4 million to the benefits fund to offset those higher claims costs that I just mentioned. And so we anticipate we'll use about $2 million more in fund balance than we anticipated, but again, we will still be within our 90-day fund balance operating reserve as required by policy. And I'll briefly recap that. I think I did that in the prior slide, but just so you have a visual representation, our enrollment is higher, but it is being offset by lower attendance. We have higher than anticipated vacancy rates that's resulting in some expenditure savings, but that's being offset by our higher energy and transportation costs along with health claims. We've got the $27 million that we set aside in ESSER funding that's being used to balance the budget, and we will end this current year with a 90-day fund balance based on our current projections. So as we move forward into the 23-24 budget, this is the philosophy that we'll use to guide us through that work. The first one that you see is reducing expenditures by $23 million. And again, we've made about $3 million worth of progress on those efforts now and anticipate by spring break that work will be completed. We will introduce no new programs, and any increases that we do would be confined to those that are enrollment driven or where new schools are opening. We'll address any statutory requirements or unfunded mandates that the state may bring forward, but that would be the limit of any new additions that we have. And then, of course, ensuring the safety and security of our visitors, that's always a top priority. And so anything that may be needed to address that would also potentially come forward as an addition. And then the most important component that probably most of our teachers will be paying attention to is what would we do related to compensation. And any compensation adjustments that we do will be tied to any state action regarded to compensation. And so if the state mandates an increase, which I mentioned is something that was specifically mentioned in House Bill 1, that would be the mechanism that we would use to increase compensation. And then we will also ensure that we continue our traditional teacher step program that's been in place over the last several years. And so both of those would be our compensation philosophy going into the upcoming year. The next steps that we have for the process is in February, we will provide you an additional budget and legislative update similar to tonight, although it will focus more on where we anticipate we will be in 23-24. At that, in February as well, you all will potentially call a bond election. In March, again, an additional update on the budget. And at that point, we would also likely bring forth any campus staffing recommendations that we have for the teachers and staff for elementary, middle, and high schools. April, again, a budget and legislative update. That's also when we'll conduct our all-star talent draft for new teachers and other staffing. And then early voting, if you all opt to call for a bond election, would begin in that month as well. May will be the budget and legislative update. Again, the legislative session will be winding down at that point, and we should have very good clarity on what they intend to do with anything related to basic allotment or compensation increases. And that would be the point where we would bring forth a compensation adjustment again, based on that state action that the legislature takes. And then that would also be the month in which the bond election is held. And then the final action would be the budget adoption that occurs in June, and also the final 22-23 budget amendment that occurs at the end of each year. And somehow I managed to turn everything off instead of going to the next slide, but that's par for course sometimes. And that concludes the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
That's a lot of information. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Board, do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn, for the legislative update and the sort of 30,000 feet budget information. So first of all, I'm going to actually I'm going to ask our community, if you don't know who represents you in the Texas legislature, you just have to do who represents me, Texas, find who they are, And please call them, send them an email, and tell them how much this ISD means to you and how much the ISDs mean in Texas. So I went to public school in Oklahoma, and we didn't call them ISDs, but that sure meant a lot to me. And this one right here that my kid goes to means a lot. So please do that. Thank you for the time with the public service announcement. Now, the next thing I want to ask, just in general, hypothetically speaking, if a bond is called and a bond doesn't pass, how does this district pay for like HVAC and a new roof that it desperately needs to be replaced or repaired, or or any item? How will that happen?
So thank you for the opportunity for making a public service announcement related to that. And the short answer is the way that we have structured school finance in Texas, the mechanism for paying for life cycle deficiencies that you just mentioned, HVAC, roofing, building repairs, general maintenance of our facilities that keep them usable now and well into the future, falls to a bond. And so that is the mechanism that we have for funding those. We have limited funds available in the general fund because we use all of that funding for students and teachers. And so any capacity that we have to make repairs is exclusively within the realm of a bond.
So it has to come out of the interest and sinking fund. It cannot come out of maintenance and operation. Is that correct?
You can fund it out of maintenance or your general operating budget. But what I would say is that the capacity is not there to do the level of work that's needed to maintain a complex system like we have.
Okay, so we might have to have, wheeling the cafeteria garbage cans into rooms to collect a leaky roof. I mean, I hope we don't get that way. But I actually really wanted to understand that. So we could take money out of the general fund, but when you do that, you don't have money to
pay teachers,
to
buy
give them
additional
raises.
Supplies.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
so I asked that question because I wanted to understand, but I also want the public to understand. We have 80,000 students and just a whole slew of buildings, and I struggle just to keep up with my house.
Well, and Ms. Hannon, if you don't mind, I'm going to go back to a board agenda item several weeks ago on HVAC that was a multi-million-dollar number. And those are the types of numbers that we are talking about when we are talking about HVAC systems in the district. We're not talking about like something that you would do at your home where it's a $10,000 job to replace an entire HVAC system. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar system for buildings that are tens of thousands of square feet, not a couple thousand. And so you have hit the nail on the head. This is expensive and it's complex, and that's exactly the reason the state designated an INS fund and gave voters the authority to make those choices. But it is up to the voters to choose to keep the schools nice, bright, and ready for the next generation of learners.
Right, and I want us to try to help our community, and I know that administration, you can educate them, right, about the potential bond. I just think in the most layman's terms sometimes when we're presenting budget, and that was the reason for one of my questions about the ESSER 123, just because I'm digging around and I can't find it all in one place. And so because I want to be able to speak to it, I really want to be able to understand. Thank you for clarifying Ren 360. While I do not think it's the best tool for all of our children, we absolutely need a tool for our underperforming students. So I'm glad to hear that is there. My last one, and I apologize for taking so much time. So on the slide, I believe it's the one that said you had some positive and negative, the influencing factors, the estimate. It's on slide 15, I think. So I just want to be clear that I'm understanding this. We're looking at this slide shows these are positive factors that help our budget versus the negative factors that are hurting our budget. And I just wanted to be clear because even though when I hear salary savings, but we have a teacher like an unfill rate of 6%, while that might be a budgetary positive, I see that as a very negative for our students and our staff. So, I mean, I just wanted to speak to that, and I see you nodding, so I'm understanding that correctly.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. I would love to be here sitting and saying that we have filled every vacancy, and as a result, we are meeting the salary savings and there's nothing to give. But in this particular case, it is benefiting us from a budgetary standpoint, but from a classroom standpoint, if you were to go there, I don't think there would be a single teacher that would say, yeah, we enjoy these savings, because it is putting more pressure at the classroom level.
Right. And I just wanted to clarify that, because when you just look at that, it's we are, our budget is important, but our kids are more so. So thank you very much for the time. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Williams.
I just wanted to say that I concur that we need to keep the language plain, because 30 minutes ago I was like, no bond, no way, because I'm not doing it. The questions that she asked about the utilities, about the roof, about the air condition, we can understand that. We can sell that point and we can get it across, because that's a need. When we get to talking about building big old fancy new schools, and you're going to throw people off because you threw me way off with that one. But when she made that point about keep it simple, we're going to need the AC fixed. We're going to need computers. We're going to need the Wi-Fi. We're going to need those things. And that makes sense. And that's something that I may get behind. But like her, I just want the facts and the truth. And I know you guys are going to just tell the truth, because you're dealing with more astute people out there who are going to just dig into this. We already lost Vatrid. And I just want us to be successful and just stick to it. And the roofing, the air conditioning, I mean, those are just things that we're going to need, and we don't have the money to pay for it. So I just wanted to just basically state that I agree. Let's keep it, put some simple terms in there.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mrs. Day.
Thank you. Mr. Guan, can I just to clarify on the slide, I think on your slide is 16, the table? Yeah. So I just want to confirm I'm reading this correct. So on the very right, to my very right, so there's a 6.1, that's the extra revenue, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is an increase in revenue of $6.1 million.
Yes, and then so we have a 2.3, and then move down, there's 5.9. So I did a quick calculation here. So basically we spent more, like both 2.3 and then 5.9 million, right? Difference from our budget.
Right. So what we are projecting is that we will spend that amount more on our budget, yes. And that would come back to the additional costs for healthcare premiums. So if you're looking at that line, the other sources and uses, the 5.9, that is the $4 million of that increase is due to the health benefits fund. And then on the additional expenditures, that would be the transportation and the utilities.
Okay. So basically, based on this, we are meeting 90 days, but even though we have more revenue, but because all those reasons, expenditure is much higher than we projected or budget. So that's why we end up actually a little bit less than our fund balance.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. And to piggyback on that, that change in fund balance is what's compensating for that, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct as well.
And we're reducing fund balance by 1 day overall, which given the current climate we're in, it's not too shabby, all things considered. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd also like to echo Trustee Hannon's sentiments. I got 80,000 students in this district. It's a lot of parents. It's a lot of voters. We represent all of Fort Bend ISD. We don't just represent parts of Fort Bend ISD. So our constituency base is much larger than all of the state reps that represent Fort Bend and surrounding areas. So I don't recall getting any phone calls from any of the state reps, state senators asking, hey, how can we help you? What's going on? What are the voters saying? They're not talking to me. I don't know if they're talking to y'all. I am a little bit concerned when I see that they want to use half of the surplus to further, and I love lower property taxes. I love lower taxes like the next person. But if I remember correctly, we just lowered our property tax rate in November. because of mandatory property tax reductions. So now we're talking about doing it again. So then we're already at what, $1.13, $1.14. So I just wanted to bring that up. And I want to echo that sentiment that we really need to reach out to our state legislators, because when I see the priorities by Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and education is the last thing on his list, that concerns me. How are we going to pay teachers more if paying school districts is on the bottom of the list, unless we're talking about not school districts, we're talking about charter schools? So my next question is, if a charter school has to purchase a new HVAC system for their school, how do they pay for it? Do they have to pass a bond?
No, sir, they do not. They do not have an elected board of trustees. They do not have to go out to the public to build new schools or to do maintenance on their existing. It is done through an appropriation through the state.
And they just get the money. Okay. Interesting. I already knew that, though. So, getting back to regarding the budget, I did want to ask about the estimated $23 million in cuts by spring break, and we've used $27 million to offset, but that still means we'll be funded and balanced this year, but then next year, because of ESSER, we got to still continue to keep going for that $27 million. Is that correct statement?
Yes, sir, that is correct. However, what I would say is that where things get complicated related to that is what action is the state going to take in terms of increasing the basic allotment. And so any adjustments that they do will potentially buy down that deficit and reduce the need, or I guess I should say mitigate the need to do additional reductions, although we are committed to making the $23 million in the upcoming year because it's necessary.
Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind, I do want to make, the Lieutenant Governor's 4 priorities, I stopped at education. He has some below that. I just didn't go that far. But to your point, of the ones that I listed, education was dead last.
And I'm going for the dramatic effect, too. That's why I said it the way I said it. So, and on the interest earnings, were we $3 million? Is that from the various investments and things that we're doing internally?
We have several investment pools plus our depository bank where we have our funds sitting, and each of those accounts bears interest. Now, again, we do have to follow the Public Investment Act, and so there are only certain liquidities that we can invest in, but all of those have seen major increases since the Fed began raising interest rates.
Okay, thank you. And good job. That certainly sounds like the opposite of mismanagement, so thank y'all. Good job on that. And last question, lower CTE attendance, do we know why? We looked into what's going on with the reason why there's lower attendance there. I'm kind of curious about that. I'm hearing some folks saying that some of our STEM programs are kind of going away, and they're concerned about the engineering and robotics and things like that. We should be really trying to promote that and push that. I understand programming is a cost, but if there's lower attendance, obviously that makes it easier to say no to certain things. But is there a reason why? Do we know? Can we find out? And that's my questions.
We may need to provide additional information in the future on that, but this is seeing lower participation. I know that already for the upcoming school year, we've made some changes that should result in better availability of students to travel to the Reese Center, as an example. And so hopefully we'll see those numbers rebound next year, but if additional information is needed, we can certainly get that from our Department of School Leadership as well as academics.
And just to specify, they are looking, and I know Dr. Limley and Dr. Mensa, they're looking at a midday run that would allow students not just to have the choice of AM or PM, but something in the middle of the day, which may work with, especially if you're involved in athletics or band or something else that you need to be at school for a certain period. It'll just give some more flexibility. So they're working hard on that enrollment increase over at Reese.
Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to add to everything here, so that's been said. So 2 numbers real quickly that I think are worth drawing additional attention to. We just kind of glossed over this a little bit, and I think it's worth giving kudos. So I think the role of the trustee requires criticism when that's warranted, as well as praise when that's warranted. And so I think I've made it clear I'm not afraid to criticize. I need to learn to be a little more constructive with that criticism. I think I'm getting there. But I think there's praise warranted with the $15.4 million in reductions budgeted for this school year. I know that has not been an easy number to get to. I know that took a lot of hard work and a lot of late hours and a lot of stress on Dr. Whitbeck and the administrative team. So thank you for that. And then also the $23 million that we're working towards finding. So I'm looking forward to seeing those. I'm a fan of those bar graphs that fill up. So I'm excited to see that fill up a little bit more next month. And I just want to say thank you for all that hard work that's gone into that. I know that's been challenging in and of itself, on top of tackling all the challenges coming out of COVID and just going through the VAT, are you not passing? So I know we have made some difficult cuts throughout that process, and I just want to commend that leadership and the great job you've done with that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you. Mr. Gwynn, I just have one more question, and it's on this slide. For this year, we are using the $27 million to offset the budget deficit, the ESSER funds, correct? But last year, just to be clear, it wasn't that we didn't use ESSER funds, we just didn't use it to offset a deficit because we did not.
No, we did use it in 20, or what year was that? I'm lost now. 2021. And the 21-22 school year, although it's not reflected here, and the reason for that is when we actually use the ESSER funding, we move those expenditures from the general fund into the special revenue fund where that's recorded. And so last year it was about $11 million that we used for ESSER fund that was used in the general fund to offset a portion of the deficit. So we did it last year as well. It just wasn't to the same magnitude.
Okay. So this slide is the slide that prompted my question today about the use of all the funds, because it seemed like I saw that there was a number there at some point, but now I see this slide and it wasn't there. So you'll have to forgive me, but that confused me. And so even maybe the $11 million that we used in ESSER to really balance the budget last year, we're also using ESSER money, in the ways it was intended, with teacher planning, AB block, interventions, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We have the itinerant interventionists, the AB block scheduling, the 5 of 7 in certain core courses that's providing that, mental health counselors, IT analysts that are all part of that program that is separate and aside from the $27 million that's being used to offset the deficit that you're indicating.
And so just as we move forward into February and March, if we could also maybe have an understanding of how we will continue or discontinue, or how are we going to support those things that ESSER is funding? That would be important to me to understand.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make a note of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Williams.
Just have a quick point. I heard state funds are used to repair roofs and air conditions for our charter schools. What I'm hearing is, as it relates to public schools, we're responsible for doing that work, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Through specifically the use of our debt service or bond funds.
Right. So we can't be surprised when the charters are claiming to have more programs than the public schools, because I'm trying to phrase this so I can help sell this bond we got coming. So what we're saying is, if the charter schools have more money available to use because they don't have to pay for the expenses out of their own pocket, is that what you're saying when you mentioned that the charter schools can go to the state to receive money for repairs? Or did I not hear that correctly?
I think it's somewhat fair to say yes to what you've just said, but I would also say that the way that the state funds them does not require the same hurdles that an ISD must go through in order to make the same maintenance on its facilities. So in other words, they receive an allotment for maintenance, whereas an ISD has to say to the voters, we need to maintain our schools, and the voters get to decide whether or not to support that maintenance. And if the voters choose to say no, then an ISD doesn't have a mechanism to make those repairs, whereas the charter school receives that allocation and can make the needed repairs without actually having to go to voters in order to get that authorization.
Right, so we can't be surprised if they compared it to, because they have the state checkbook, whereas we have to go to the voters to get it.
That is correct.
Understood. Got it.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Great clarification. All right, and I'm going to close with just a couple of comments about this. Mainly, my trustees, I really appreciate all of the questions you asked. You covered pretty much all of it. And Ms. Hannon, thank you for the PSA, excuse me. And that's what I'm going to piggyback for the public, because she alluded to getting our public informed and engaged in this process and supporting ISDs. And so I'm going to implore you all to please be on the lookout. So there are things we can and cannot do as trustees, but individually we can as the trustee without using the ISD. So please kind of follow us on social media or find, essentially, there's going to be information to come, and we'll have materials available for you personally, and you can utilize the materials with our priorities to advocate and to go to the state, go to your reps, email, phone call, etc., and support the ISDs. And so that'll come within the next few weeks. And so please just be on the lookout. That's all I'm asking for you to do on that. And with that, I want to mention one thing that I'm excited about when I see some of the potential increases supporting public education, specifically in House Bill 1, and the $1 billion to increase IMA. I know y'all know I realized that our IMA funding was cut significantly to the tune of over $20 million this past year, and I noticed it directly in the classroom, and it's upsetting, and it's frustrating because it's important for our kids to have the tools and the teachers to have the tools in their classroom so our kids can learn the arithmetic, so they can do the work that we're doing, and we can continue to support their education in the best way possible for all learners. This new digital age can be difficult for a lot of kiddos, and it's important that we have access to a variety of materials for the kids. So I'm super excited to see that, and I hope that it comes to fruition. And I just ask that the public gets behind us and helps, because the truth is they'll listen to you more than one person, right? But if we all work together, we are united. And I used to say this all the time, and I probably should say it again, but we're better together, and we really are one FBISD. And so I ask that we all work together to support this ISD and also public education across Texas. All right. So thank you for giving me that couple minutes for that. We're going to move on to our last information item, which is the 2023 bond package overview.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Whitbeck. So we're going to give a presentation on our planning for Bond 2023. Carolina is going to be tag teaming with me, so if we can come up and step up, that'd be great. And we need that presentation called up. There we go. All right, and Carolina will start.
Good evening. And so we are going to start by providing an update on the 2018 bond program and the summary as to where we are. So you can see with a current budget of $993 million and the committed amount, we're showing $99 million still uncommitted for bond 2018. And so this breaks down into anticipated commitments of $66 million, and we'll go through the details in a minute, showing available or unallocated funding of $33 million for bond 2018. So if we look at the different categories, the first category is district-wide funds, and if you pay attention to the available funds to the right,
We have $2.9 million in contingency. This is a fluid fund where we deposit savings or leftover money from projects, and then the board authorizes use of that money in the future. Then if you go and you see $14.4 million available under the technology line item. The reason why you see this large number here is due to federal reimbursements that the district received for device purchases during the COVID years. And so that is why we have savings of $14.4 million. The goal here would be to utilize these, the remaining funding here to offset the difference for technology on the next bond. And so we have reduced the amount of the ask for technology in the next bond because we anticipate to utilize this $14.4 million for that. Then you see a recently approved project category with $25.6 million. And so these projects have been approved within the last year. And so that is why you still see commitments pending on these projects. We're still going through design or construction for these projects. And so we do anticipate $1 million available under the lighting project, and we will be then transferring those funds into contingency or asking the board to approve additional scope for that money. We have ongoing new construction category. This is where you see $5 million available for high school 12, and then you see $2 million available for elementary school 54. We have been able to negotiate utility connection fees with a developer for high school 12, and that is where we achieved about $2 million in savings. We anticipate to return some of these funds next month. In February, you will see about $4 million added onto the program contingency, returning some of these savings. And then we have projects nearing completion. If you look at that last line, other packages, we've bundled a lot of packages that we're closing out right now, and we anticipate to return about $7.5 million into contingency. And so that is how we come up with the $33 million of available funds for 2018 bond.
Okay, I'm going to go through the next two slides. So this is our logo. So the next 3 slides after this. So go to the next slide. So we want to talk about our strategy, for the bond. So as you know, Ms. Sofer's leaving. It's a big loss for us. And when we got a resignation, Dr. Whitbeck, initiated the fact that we felt like we need more horsepower, to get us through this election. And so we've hired an outside consultant, Advantage. One of the first things that our consultant told us about is, the need to get a survey done and to do a significant amount of analysis on the last vote. There's a lot of public information out there about votes and whatever else, and so to do a survey, but to do a survey of voters. I mean, not just everybody, but voters. So we want to gauge general support of the bond, test tolerance for bond size. There's a couple things that we cut out of the last bond, or we were thinking of. They were in our plans last summer. We were thinking about just cutting them because of TRE, and the consultant just suggested hey, let's just ask about those in the survey and just see what comes up. It was her experience that transportation facilities in particular are very popular. At least that's what she's seen throughout the state. Whenever at some point, maybe in Friday or something like that, we'll send to you all of her track record of success with all the elections she's had since I think 2016 or 2015. It's a very impressive list, including great success during the very difficult midterm elections. So we're going to include those kinds of questions in there, and then also test tolerance for half a penny versus 1 penny. We'll talk a little bit later about the tax rate and where we're at in our current capacity toward the end of the briefing. And then one of the things she definitely wants us to do is to try to do our best to increase turnout, to increase the hours for early voting, 7 to 7, and to even have weekend hours. And so that's something we're also looking at. And then so the survey results, when we were putting this briefing together, we were expecting to get the survey results due back on the 7th, and then to have some small group meetings with the board on the 8th and the 9th. So you'd have that information going into the final vote. But we've accelerated that timeline, so that we'll be setting up some meetings on the 2nd and 3rd of February, so that you'll have that information before we meet again on the 6th. So that'll give you a little bit more time overall to absorb things and help with your decision making, and we may be making some modifications to our recommendations based on the results of the survey. So we'll have to wait and see. All right. So do you want to just talk about the major projects and deficiencies, and I'll go after that?
So this is an initial summary of our capital plan to be presented for Bond 2023. As you can see, we have different categories. And so the largest categories really are major projects and deficiencies. Under major projects, we have the rebuilds. Under major projects, we have the rebuilds, and then we have new construction. But then I want to bring your attention to the deficiencies. $615 million on deficiencies. This is truly where we talk about roofs and air conditioning and flooring and new furniture. This is where we talk about fixing windows and foundation and making sure that our buildings are operating and functioning properly for our kiddos. Then we have a security category, and we can go into detail later on.
Yeah, we have a slide for that we'll get to. And then let me just talk about the major projects a little bit. We will have some more detail on FCIs and some of the information we're using to help with the decisions as to like why Briargate, why Mission Bend, and then also a lot of information on the Clemens rebuild, because that's the biggest item in here. So we definitely need to talk about that. The Ferndale Henry renovation and additions, that's the repurposing of the Ferndale Henry site over there at 521 to be an elementary school to help with growth over in that area. Our goal is to move staff out of MR Wood to other locations so that we can have the alternative campus at that site like it used to be some time ago. And that'll also be a big help for our transportation department. They ask me about that regularly because that's a long haul from the north side of the district all the way over there for those students that are involved in the alternative campus. And so also it's a really good use of that facility, and instead of having to do a whole brand new campus. Middle School 16, that was one of the things that was the need for that. If you remember the planning that was done when PASA came or whatever else, we are going to need another middle school, and we have the site over on the other portion of the southeast portion of the district, and we've already done the design work for that building, and so the cost of that building is $82. And then elementary school 55, that's a new elementary school, so it's the only just new greenfield elementary school, and that's in the Harvest Green area where there's just been massive growth over there. And so you can see the other items. And we put, TBD by the Natatorium and Transportation Facility. What's missing from this is the additions list at Travis. That we don't see that being in our recommendation. Okay, and we'll have some other information. There's information on the smart tags that you'll see here in a second. There's not another slide for buses and other vehicles, but this is just part of our equipment replacement plan for the buses, and then all of our district-wide fleet. And then we have a couple slides on technology that we'll get to.
And so I'd like to provide an overview of the facility condition assessment process and results. It's important to understand how the process works because we utilize this data to inform and help make decisions as we put together a plan for rebuilds, for renovation. And so this project really began in the fall of 2020 in preparation of a bond for 2021. As we know, with COVID and change in leadership, the bond 2021 was pushed to bond 2022. Now we're talking 2023. And so the assessment began with data collection, review, and discovery. The first thing we do is we distribute questionnaires to our principals, assistant principals, staff, district leadership, and custodial staff. It is important for us to hear from them because they live in those buildings. They go into those buildings day in and day out. And so we want to give them an opportunity to provide input on the issues and concerns they have with their campuses. We then deploy a team of consultants to each and every facility. We walk every facility to collect the data. And once we have that data, we go into the data validation process where we sit down with each and every department to ensure that we validate that information that we've collected. And so we sit down with fine arts, and they know what deficiencies they have in their buildings. And we compare the data that we've collected with a team of professionals that have walked these campuses, and then we give them an opportunity to provide input. And we talk about priorities, and we validate that data. We do the same with athletics in child nutrition, in teaching and learning, facilities department. Every department gets an opportunity to review the data we've collected, provide input, and then we prioritize that data. As we're doing that, we're making sure that we're aligning the data with the demographics and enrollment projections, as well as our educational specifications and technical design guidelines. So this is where we look into equity. We look into deficiency items, and we look at those deficiencies across the board. We compare campuses to understand which campuses have what and which campuses are missing components, and we make sure that we prioritize those. So we move those items to a priority one to work on, take an opportunity with the bond to work on equity and try to bring those older campuses into the newer standards. And once we get to the final stage here, we are recommending scope that is responsive to the deficiencies, life cycle items that we've picked up, as well as the educational adequacy and equity component, making sure that it's aligned, of course, with campus capacities and student projections. And so as I mentioned, the team that we deployed to walk each facility is a team composed of architects and engineers and subject matter experts. So we have roofing consultants and sports consultants, kitchen consultants. And so this large team deploys, and the key word here is physical site walks. We don't do this virtually. We don't do it online. We walk each and every facility to make sure that we document those deficiencies. And so, of course, we focus on areas like classrooms and kitchens, cafeterias. We look at absolutely everything into each facility, exterior envelope and windows and roofs, electrical systems, and so forth. And so once we're all said and done with this data, the data has been prioritized, right? It goes through priority 1 through 4. But I want to bring your attention to priorities 1 and 2. What gets categorized as priority 1, those are items that have already failed or will fail within a year or 2. And then we have priority 2, which is items that are expected to fail within 3 to 5 years. And so ideally, in an ideal world, we would want to combine the items in a priority 1 and 2, and we would want to fund that in a bond, because a bond would go through about 5 years, and priority 2 items collect items that need to be replaced within 3 to 5 years. That would be an ideal world, but our needs are always greater than our budgets. And so right off the bat, we're forced to reduce and take out priority 2 items and focus on priority 1 only. And as we look into priority 1, then we are forced to reduce again and prioritize again, because our needs are always greater than our budget, and we are forced to reduce that budget. And so it's important to highlight that really the facilities assessment are an essential process in the district. We use that data to help evaluate the adequacy and the equity of our facilities. We identify those facility needs through this process, and we help really inform decisions on reinvestments or replacements. And so the goal is to do this every 4 years before we go out for a bond. And so as we look into rebuilds versus renovation, at some point we have to look at decisions regarding either rebuilding something where you tear it down and rebuild it, start from scratch, or you renovate. That means you fix. And so when we look at the new construction where you're tearing down a building and starting fresh, you're really resetting that clock on the structure, materials, and systems for that building. You're starting fresh, and everything really is new. So that reduces your future maintenance investments for that building. Of course, this is a more costly approach, and it's more invasive. Now, when you look at renovation, you have flexibility on how much money you want to put into a building. You could do a basic facelift, and you can go full scale where you're really tearing down walls and systems. There is, of course, temporary student displacement, and it's less invasive. But the problem when you renovate older buildings is that you're not resetting the clock on certain structures. So your foundation is still a 40-year foundation if it's a 40-year-old building. Your facade is still 40 years old, and your structure, the bones, are really still 40 years old. And so you anticipate to continue to provide maintenance for that building. Even though it received a renovation, you still have to continue to replace its air conditioning and continue to maintain its structure. And so that is when we have to sit down and really evaluate when we really recommend a rebuild versus a renovation. So these are some pictures of Clements. Of course, Clements is the biggest ticket item we have for the capital plan. These are really only 3 pictures of Clements, but the biggest issue of Clements is this foundation. As you could see, Foundation is shifting significantly. And so we are forced to evaluate if it's worth putting some money into the maintenance to try to maintain what we have, or recommend a rebuild. And so with Clements, we look at these reports. These are the reports that are provided once we finalize our facilities assessment. Priority 1, and you see these 2 columns in yellow, it's $86 million. That means we have to, right off the bat, if we decide to keep that building, invest $86 million to try to stabilize foundation and bring that building up to more of an equitable state. Priority 2, 3 to 5 years. And so once we look at priority 1 and 2, we're looking at an investment of $113 million for this building. This is where we really evaluate if it's worth rebuilding or continuing to maintain that building. Priorities 3 and 4 are not even shown in here, and those are items that should be addressed 5+ years. And so that would truly add up on top of the $113 million. And so we have been talking about $615 million on life cycle deficiencies. It's an overwhelming, it's a very large number, but we need to put it into perspective for the size of the district. We have 104 facilities district-wide. If we translate that into square footages, we have 13 million square feet of facilities district-wide. 54 elementaries and 15 middle schools and 12 high schools and support facilities. And so when we evaluate our facilities in 2021, we set priority 1 items, which means they have either failed or will fail within the next year or 2. We needed $919 million to address just the priority 1 items for the district. We knew that we needed to squeeze that number and reduce the number, and so we reduced priority 1 to $560 million as of August of 22. But as we pushed the bond from 22 to 23 and items continue to fail, we realized that we had a long list of items that could not wait another 4 years. We simply could not put those items on the side and say, we're going to wait 4 to 5 years and we'll address them then. And so that is why we've recommended to increase the life cycle and deficiency items to $615 million. That is the recommendation today, as of today, for that. And so that is really 67% of the $919 million of priority 1s that we have for the district. And so as we look at our capital plan history and forecast, you can see that since 2014 down to 2023, we have not been able to fully fund priority 1 items. In 2014, 59% of those items were unfunded, did not make the cut. And then in 2018, 42% of those items were pushed farther down the line. And 2023, our recommendation is to leave on the side for the following bond 29%. And so we are recommending $615 million on life cycle and deficiencies. And then we have, of course, major projects and other critical items like IT, safety, and transportation.
Let me go and drive. Okay. All right. Thank you, Carolina. Great job. All right. So let's talk about safety and security. This is similar to everything you saw before. There's going to be questions later, so don't get too far. but anyway, so some of the things that you may be new on here, the standard weapons and response kits. So we want to make sure that our campus officers have the equipment to be able to handle someone with a rifle. We're looking at having backpacks with foldable rifles in them. That's where the response kits is there. Emergency notification system. One of the things on there, though, that you may not have seen is the safety and security contingency. You know, the state is going through a lot right now, thinking about safety and security, talking about safety and security. And I think it'd be very prudent for us to, even though that's happening, I think it'd be very prudent for us to include $1 million in the bond, because the state has a long track record of putting mandates forward that are not funded. okay? And so they're talking about panic buttons, they're talking about other things like that that would require capital investments. And so I don't think we'll have that specificity between now and February 13th, but I do think it'd be prudent to be able to have this in the bond. And we could always make sure that that amount is earmarked for safety and security items. So anyway. Let's talk a little bit about transportation. I mentioned some of the other things. This is new, so we want to have an application that gives our parents more information about where their students are, the confirmations that got on the bus. They'll be able to track where their bus is. If they can see that it's 10 minutes away. There's a lot of really good information on here. I do believe that this system will use the badges that we have already for scholarship, so we don't have to have different badges, for them. So that'll be good. We can get more out of that investment. But then also it'll help us with the revenue that we need to collect from the feds for the special ed services that we provide, the transportation services that we provide for our special ed students. So I do think the ongoing costs for this, which are, it's less than 100, it's about 100,000, between 100,000 and 150. I think that we'll recover that in our federal revenue. So there's more, and you have this information, you can see that, but it's getting a little late, so I need to keep rolling here. Okay, so let's talk about the capital plan for technology. You can see our original budget, and you can see 2018 funds that we want to be able to move over. So there's other sources on here. You have a lot of the E-rate information, the E-rate costs and things like that. And then also we have needs, big needs, and so you see the classroom tool set. Depending from a replacement perspective, if we have a bond again in 2026, we think that we would have a reimbursement resolution and to pull some of that into it. It's depending on how things go with our future capital planning, but we're reducing that amount out of the budget. And then you can see the new budget. Now, if you go across, you got original, then you take out the $12.4 million down below. I'm talking down below, $12.4 million. Then you take out $24.9. That's going to equal $102 million. So where's the rest of it? Well, the rest of it's inflation. The rest of it is inflation from when this plan was put together as part of 2022 estimates. And so the network item, for example, that we're going to ask you to approve later, which have the bulk of it, the vast bulk of it for bond funds, because we put together the information with what we thought was reliable bid before, and now we have an actual bid. There was been significant inflation during the time the past 6 months, and so that's why this new amount is 119. Our debt per student is still low compared to the other districts around us. You can see this. These are the last numbers that we have that are common. And we think that as the other districts that close their books later than us, as they go through the process, we'll be able to update this. Maybe during the campaign, we'll see. As soon as we have that information, we'll be able to update it. But this is the apples to apples that we have, and so you've seen this before. We didn't put in the slide in the tax rate presentation, but the only district in the metro area with a tax rate lower than us is Houston ISD. We're the only district they're the only ones lower than us. Our debt capacity. So let's talk a little bit about this. You could see the red line down there. Those are our obligations and what we expect to have to pay out on all of our prior debt, including everything for 2018 and what's been unissued for 2018. And so, that white space between that top number and collections, that's our debt capacity. We do think that we'd be able to absorb the $1.2 billion in the overall bond, but it's be tight. It's just going to be tight. I mean, interest rates have gone up and whatever else, so it would be tight. A lot of it depends on, how much property value growth we're going to have. And so I've seen some potential good news for that, depending on who you talk to. So it would be tight. So let me just talk about a little bit of, I'm going to go backwards to what our consultant was telling us from a survey perspective. And I think she really surprised me. I know she surprised me. I think she surprised Dr. Whitbeck when she was talking to us about some of the strategies that were successful with her. So if you remember the bond language that we're dealing with on both the VATRE and bonds is not favorable for school districts. It's very confusing. And even if you're lowering the tax rate or even keeping it the same like what we were planning on. They say there it's a this is a tax increase, okay, and they see it in the bond language, and it's going to be in the resolutions that we ask you to approve. And so one of the things that she has suggested the districts do is that even if you think you can do this without a tax rate increase, just bring forward a small increase. Just go with a very small increase so that you eliminate the need to go back and forth on that confusing language with people. And she really believes that's one of the reasons why she's had more success than a lot of the other consultants. And so one of the things we're testing in the survey is whether or not what the folks that are listening, what they think about a 1 penny increase, what they think about a half penny increase. And so we're looking at that. So just so you know, a 1 penny increase for our average taxpayer, $300,000. The average, I think it's $30. $30 per year, $2.5 per month. And so, when you put it into context like that, that's the kind of way they'll ask those kinds of questions. But so it's a different way of thinking. And whenever you have those meetings, with to talk about the survey or whatever, so you'll be able to ask her directly about that. So I will tell you, I mean, yes, we've been saying all along, Brian and I, we think we'll be able to handle it like this, but a penny of cushion would go a long way. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. And I think. Okay, so our board, our BOC chairman is going to be part of the briefing next time we meet together on February 6th. That's the annual report required by board policy. So Rashid will be here for that, and then we will ask the board to consider the call for the election based on the recommendations we'll be making. And then, of course, election day is the 6th of May. So, be happy to take any questions you have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bassett. We'll start with questions, and we can begin with you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Bassett, for that, and the full team. So you actually answered my first question, so good job with your last little bit there. I was going to ask what the amount was that we could do the bond without raising the tax rate. I remembered that it was around $1 billion from a year ago, but so thank you for that. So just looking back towards the beginning, so it looks like, looking at the numbers, that repurposing Ferndale instead of building a new elementary school looks like it would save around $30 million.
Yeah, significant savings. Yes, sir.
Yep. So I think that's a very good move, in addition to the transportation cost savings and transportation headache savings, if you will. So that's good. And then
Bassett, excuse me, but I believe it would also be a true statement that by repurposing and redoing Ferndale Henry, we would be able to provide relief to Heritage Rose in that area faster than building a school from the ground up. So not just the financial savings, but the time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, save a couple of years on having it ready much sooner. Yes. So then also, some of you may have noticed this, but I know Trustee Williams made a comment in the context of the budget about possibly selling the land that we no longer plan on using. And so I asked a question that was answered that may or may not have been seen by everybody yet. But so by my back of the napkin math, it's about $26.3 million based on the market value in that land that's not currently planned to be used. And that does not include a few properties that we don't have current market values on. So it should be more than that. So hopefully we can make some progress on selling that. Would each of those or any of those require board action to sell those?
Oh, each one would require board action.
I thought so, but just wanted to make sure.
So you got to remember, there's some of those that have bond funds tied to them.
Yeah.
But the reason why we have these properties, the reason why you didn't see a land item on that row, on the bond. So some of the proceeds that are tied to bonds, we can use. We think that we will need one more site in the 521 area for that last elementary. Okay, and so we have a beat on something that we'll hopefully be bringing at some point, but we did not include a new row for that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Trustee Hamilton, for bringing that up. I do believe that we need to strongly look at liquidating some of our assets. We need to show the public, as I articulated during VATRIT, we need to show the public that we're trying to help ourselves. So if I could get a list of the properties that the district owns that are not tied to a bond, let me know which properties we can sell. I want to know that. Secondly, I'm glad about the smart tags, considering the number of kids we've seen wander off campuses. Why is that a bond item and not a regular item?
Well, so this is it's a capital purchase, and it will require the installation of scanners on all the buses that we have, the hundreds of buses that we have, and it's a large software purchase as well, and so. Yeah, I mean that's the way we're planning to finance it.
But a question, so what you're saying is we couldn't sell some of our property to be able to finance this.
We can.
if the bond doesn't pass, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I mean, if we can sell property whether or not a bond passes or not. But if we sell property that does have bonds tied to it, we can only use that money to either pay down debt or to buy land. Okay, you can't use that to maybe say do a renovation. You can only do it for like property. Okay.
Right, and I'm clear on that. I was just asking, since this is such an important item, and we can't predict what the public is going to do about this bond. I don't even know what I'm going to do about this bond. But what I'm saying is there a way we could start looking at the land that we have free and clear to start trying to get the smart tax?
Yes,
I mean, let me know which properties are not affected by the bond.
Yeah, so one thing we're looking at, we're trying to empty out the annex, for example. We're going through the process of moving HR over to this building. So that's something we feel like we'll be able to put up for sale, in the near future. And so, Oscar was a lot more in tune with the land, than I am. So I'm trying to catch up. And so, but we definitely want to, be able to liquidate the things we know we're not going to be able to use.
Okay, and I'm going to be quick because I know everybody wants to go home. It's late. Okay, when you stated you have the land for the middle school, where is that?
It's at Post Oak and Highway 6.
Post Oak and 6. Good location. Okay.
Just on the south side of that. Okay.
It's on the south side.
Yeah, just on the south side of that, right?
The mayor of Arcola just did a state of the city of Arcola, and he had that in there. Very, very proud that that could potentially be built in that area.
Oh, okay, got that. And then the last thing, when we talk about the schools, Blue Ridge, I noticed where you have Briargate's going to be rebuilt, Mission Bean is going to be rebuilt. We don't have Blue Ridge here.
That's right. We wouldn't be looking to rebuild Blue Ridge.
Blue Ridge would be permanent closed. And the reason I'm asking, because you guys know how I am. I believe the people deserve the truth always.
Sure.
And it is what it is. If we're not going to rebuild it, it's going to be a permanent closure. And so we can be able to speak to the people and speak to them truthfully.
Yeah.
And they can understand. And it's not like we're misleading them. We never promised to rebuild the school. That's going to be a permanent closure. Is what I'm saying. I'm trying to help you move the bond along. If we just got all that information out there as transparent as possible, we can sell the message, because so far, so good. And I just want it to all be out there, let them know what's what. Either they're going to, roll with us or they're not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And that is correct. That's the information that we shared with the staff last week. And that's the same information that we will be more explicit with when we meet with the parents on Thursday. They get the same information, just as you shared.
Good.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam President. Okay. How many propositions are going to be on the ballot?
I'm glad you mentioned that. I forgot to mention. I'm sorry. So definitely one large one, a very large one. If you go back to the IT page, the devices, the classroom tool set, and the staff device refresh, those have to be in a separate proposition. Yeah. Okay. If we find out, if we end up recommending an auditorium, and if that ends up being adopted by the board, that would have to be in its own. So
potentially 3.
Right.
Okay. I do like the smart tags. I've had a lot of constituents and families say, "How come we don't have that? I see these guys have it or whatever." And for a while, I thought we did, but it was kind of, I guess, months back last year. I was kind of mistaking it for the scholarship. So, but I'm glad. I think we should probably lead with that. That's going to be really good. And it is unfortunate that we do have to put the technology on a separate proposition. But I mean, when was the last time we had a refresh? 8 years ago.
For the infrastructures 8 years ago, our computers, we had the 2018 bonds. So by the time we get there, it will be 6 years old.
Okay. Let's see. And I had a question about what is the percentage of staff that we pay staff out of bond money, INS, correct?
I mean, it's very few. I mean, the design and construction staff, the bulk of the design and construction staff is paid out of bond.
Because I know that how many in relationship to how much we pay staff is very few, but do we have a lot of folks working on the bond program? Or is that completely what that bond management contract is we have a whole team of people coming in and doing that for us? So,
Carolina, I don't know if you want to step up, but while she's coming, so we have a staff that reports to Ms. Fuzzetti, but then when we're really ramping up and there's tons of projects, that's where Jacobs has come in to help. But it's easy in that case to ramp that down, because we've not used a lot of the staff lately. But how many D&C staff do you have?
So we have about 37 people. Half is district staff. The other half is staff augmentation.
Okay. And I sort of started to ask this question a couple of weeks ago, but if half the staff and half of that staff is paid out of the INS portion of the budget, or is it kind of a combination of or just you're talking about just underneath you?
It's paid out of bond funds when they're issued. The INET, they can't. We're not paying staff out of the debt service budget, but when we issue bonds that run projects, then the actual salaries are paid for out of those capital funds. Okay. It's all related. Okay, but actually, for the INS fund, you can only use that for principal, interest, and the fees associated with issuing principal and interest.
So if we wanted to, we could have more internal staff when bond projects come up, pay them out of bond money. You're not using maintenance and operation money per se for all the additional staff and the ongoing overhead that's associated with paying out of M&O.
Yeah, but only to the extent that these are staff that are working projects. Right.
Okay. And on the facility condition index, does that get paid for out of bond money? So like when we do a bond, we already plan for doing another one, and how often do we do those? I guess let me ask that question first.
It does get paid out of funds, and we do one every 4 years.
Every 4 years, okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. I do like hearing about the smart tag. I believe Lamar Consolidated has something very similar.
Yes, and we stole the executive director, and he's in the room, and so there you go.
When I think about our rising kindergartners, our second language learners that we put on buses, and there's a lot of them, I think, wow, that I wish we would have had this for a long time. So that's great. You don't have to explain it to me now, but I would like more detail on what the consultant is talking about with the half penny versus the penny. I just want to actually understand it. Is that to raise money for more INS, or is that maintenance and operations?
No, it would be a penny on the INS side. If it was a penny or a half penny, it would be on the INS side. But the strategy isn't necessarily because you need that penny or half penny. The strategy is just to help avoid all of the confusion that we will tell the folks in the campaign that it is a tax rate increase. It's a 1 penny tax rate increase, but it is a tax rate increase. So that's the same thing they're hearing when they read the actual ballot, instead of that conflicting messages associated with the ballot.
That tax rate would go on unless the board
Well, yeah, I mean, unless
reversed it.
I mean, depending on, I mean, I would see it going on until we knew for sure what was going on with, we started issuing debt and whatever else, make sure we could to stay underneath that. I don't think that we would increase the rate right away. We would try our best to be able to handle the bond within the 1.2 billion. Well, and that just gives us flexibility. But yeah, feel free, Brian.
If I can tag on to what Steve is saying. So if you recall, with the 2018 bond, it was approved with a 3-cent tax rate increase that we implemented. However, in the current year, we reduced the debt rate by 2 cents. And so we have more flexibility to adjust that rate than we do the INS rate, because as we balance the bonds, get favorable interest rates, earnings, restructure the debt through refundings, et cetera, that buys down the cost of our debt, allowing us to be more flexible with that rate. So if we put in there 1 cent, as Steve mentioned, the intent would be to keep it forever, but would we? The answer is based on our past practices, likely not, just because we tend to have favorable times in the market where we don't need the full capacity.
Okay. And so just if we go that direction, same request is, and I don't mean this disparaging to fifth graders, but, let's make it where a fifth grader can understand what we're asking for there. As far as the, I think it's slide 21, regarding the classroom tool set and the number, and that is for refreshing classroom laptops.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And even though, I'm cheering one of these days we'll be kind of at a one-on-one. Where does that make us with the?
So we'll continue with a 2-to-1 until at which time we have enough M&O to where we can have the analysts needed to support a 1-to-1 environment. And as we're working with our teaching and learning department to make sure that we accommodate whatever they have us needed in the classroom.
Okay. And so it has been explained to me that a child who needs a laptop at home can check that out through the library. Is that still our practice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think we need to really let parents know and kids know that they can do that, because I absolutely know we still have children out there that do not have access to computers in their homes, and I frankly don't know how they get their homework done, especially with, things like math and not having a textbook and it's online. And so I really want to cheerlead that. The other thing is, so the used laptops, I know we usually, they get.
So the oldest one or the unusable one, we usually auction them off. The ones that are usable, we leave them as sort of like, I guess, backups. If a laptop is being broken, we can substitute it while we send it off for repair.
Okay. So just, I don't know if this is something we could do with some kind of criteria, whether you're on free and reduced lunch or something where a student shows a need. Maybe some of those that don't get auctioned off that are still usable, we could make a more conscious effort to help students that don't have access.
The only problem with that is that the oldest laptops that we have, when we give them away, we have to remove the license of Windows. So it costs more for the student to purchase the Windows, to put on there, the operating system. And sometimes it doesn't work because of the age of the equipment itself.
Okay. I was just thinking about a borrowing situation rather than.
Now, we do at some of our campuses, we do have 1-to-1, like as you remember, we supply 1-to-1 to Willow Ridge and Marshall and, Hightower and so on and so forth. We do have 1-to-1 environment there.
Okay. Okay, thank you, because I didn't recall that.
Also middle school, we have McAuliffe, Missouri City, and Hodges Bend as well.
Okay, thank you. My last question is for Mr. Bassett, and it's regarding the list of the capital plan and the life cycle deficiencies for Phase 1 that we have in here. I would just like further explanation, especially for the items that are in here, especially for those schools that the intention is to consolidate. Is there, if we are going to utilize those buildings for something other than teaching students, some of those items might make more sense to me. I would just, if you could just provide clarity, you can do that. You can do that offline.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mrs. Day?
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a couple of questions. So first, I wanted to pick on Mr. Garcia's question. So I didn't probably fully understand. So for the bond management, so do we pay the bond management on consultant company certain percentage? That's my understanding. That's how we have the bond management company. Do we or no?
Oh, okay. Are you talking about the strategist, the selection strategist?
No.
Okay, no.
For the bond itself.
Okay. Are you talking about Jacobs or?
Yeah, Jacobs.
Okay, I'm not sure how we pay Jacobs. Can somebody help me out? Okay.
Oh, yeah. And so, to give you a little bit of history, back in 2014, we had a different approach, and it was a full program management approach, where the district pretty much gave the consultant the bond and said, please run it for me. We have grown and learned since then. So 2018, we changed the approach to a staff augmentation approach, which means the district runs the bond. We just request additional staff that we need to be able to run the bond. And so that allows us to ramp up and ramp down with consultants so that we don't have to hire employees today to let them go tomorrow. And so they really just provide additional staff for us. We determine the qualification of that staff that we need, project managers, estimator, scheduler. We determine what our requirements are on the additional staff we need, and that is the staff they provide for us to help the district run the bond. The way we pay them is we put together a plan on how many staff we anticipate we may use for the duration of the bond, and we request for that staff to come join us as we need them. And so if we don't end up using the amount of staff we thought we would need from the consultant, we simply don't pay for it.
Okay, so sounds like you have some kind of combination, right? From the consultant, they give us the employee, temporary employee, our staff we use, and then we also have our own internal staffing. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, okay, so for example, I just wanted to understand, for example, you said 2014 is they fully run the bond for us, and then we change it for 2018 bond. Is that correct? So do you have a data like for how much we are paying for the outside of the consultant employee, our staff in our employee for that 2018 bond? Yes, because I also wanted to understand for this $1.2 billion, how much are we anticipate to pay for the for the staffing like we use. The reason I'm asking is like I understand the rationale. We wanted to justify not to have the permanent employee in the district. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct? So I just want to know, so that way we can see the numbers in order for us to figure out if it's really justified, if we should have more permanent staff in the district versus to every single time we have a bond, and then we pay the outsource temporary staffing. That's really my question.
Okay. We can provide that data. I want to highlight that there's certain staff, specialty staff, that it's very difficult for district to hire. And so we have estimators and schedulers and project controls. So that's specialty staff that it's very difficult for district to hire on a permanent basis.
Yeah.
So that is the staff that we reach out to obtain through the consultant.
I mean, of course. I mean, for those specialized staffing, I think we all understand sometimes we need them, but I hope we don't need them on long-term basis, right? So that's one thing. Another question is for the consulting firm or the bond manager firm, whatever you call, do we, I assume their costs are already put it into this bond, total $1.2 billion, right?
Correct.
So do the board needs to approve for their contract, or how does that work?
We will be issuing an RFQ to procure services for a consultant.
For this bond?
For this upcoming bond.
So is that come before we vote for the bond election, or the after?
It would be after.
After we approve, after the voter approve for the bond, or no?
If the board chooses to call for a bond election, we will then start the process to go out for an RFQ to procure the services. The goal would be to be ready for when the bond passes.
Okay.
We can then come to the board and request approval of that contract.
Okay. Thank you for clarify that. Thank you. So my next question will be kind of follow up with Ms. Hannon's question for deficiency bond package, the part. So because for me, when I look at the number, it's $600 million. It's like half of the whole bond package. And also, I want to thank you for the explanation, because I was having difficulty to understand why it's costing so much. So basically, seems like it's accumulative from years past, right? So, but just to help me understand the data, can you provide me the portion for deficiency for 2014 bond and for 2018 bond? Is that possible? I think we should have those numbers. I mean, not now, but later on offline, if you can provide how much was for the 2014 bond and how much was 2018 bond.
Yeah, so that's on slide 17 that we went over.
Okay, sorry.
Because you can see, no, it's okay. We threw a lot of information at you, so.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't.
But that's the importance of this slide. So priority one identified for all three cycles. You can see those numbers. Okay. And then you can see how much was cut down and whatever else. Okay.
Got it.
I think that the good thing is that, she was talking about before the priority twos, you can see that the percent, unfunded, 59%. Well, you can see it's going down. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. You eventually want to be able to fund all your priority ones. You want to start getting into the priority twos so that we can get out of the reactive cycle and get into a proactive maintenance cycle. But that doesn't happen overnight. But that has to be part of our facility maintenance plan, facility plan. So anyway, but there's a lot of information on this slide.
So here I'm sorry. I know I'm keeping everyone late, but I just want to make sure when I read this table for 2014 bond. So what is the number for deficiency, the part of the bond? It's 116.
So yeah, 1.2 million was billion was identified, and then that was cut down to, a huge amount. I can just see it here.
Life cycle deficiencies.
So and air 160, is that 160 million?
160 million were funded.
Okay, so 160 million. And then 2018 is 397. And then so this year we are having 615. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to, So, my next one is I really like the smart tag, but can I ask where we are at for the student ID? I know
You can ask. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So currently, all the scholarship ID badges have been printed for every student, and they've been distributed to every campus. We were short on lanyards and sleeves, the plastic sleeves that they sit in. We're in the process of trying to get those ordered, but there's a back order on shipment. And so we've told the campuses if they want to order their own, they can do that. If they've got a vendor that has them, or if they want a special lanyard or something like that, we have specifications like they have to be safety breakaway lanyards, but they can order their own if they want to. But all the badges have been delivered to campuses.
Okay. Thank you for that update. Last comments I want to make is I really want to thank you for the graphs for Clements campus condition. I wanted to say I've been with Clements, volunteer with Clements for years, and then I do personally see the cracks and all those foundation problems. So actually, people really seeing the campus is actually sinking. So I just want to make a comment on that to make my colleague here to aware of the situation of Clements campus. So thank you very much for all the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. And to everyone, excellent questions and discussion. I want to apologize to the staff to a degree because and also in full transparency to share that I requested that we add this bond package update for the board so we can get the discussion going. And I didn't realize it would be 9:43 p.m. at night by the time we got to this. So I apologize. I know you guys are probably hungry and tired. So my apologies for that. But I also want to say thank you, because I really do believe it's important that we have this transparency and accountability and we get the discussions going so we can get all of the questions answered so that there's not misinformation out there, but accurate information, and that we can work in trying to make sure we're all communicating, getting things answered and move forward together so we're all united in the process, because I think with the VATRE there was a lot of confusion and miscommunication with it, and it was just a challenging situation that I hope we can avoid this go round. So thank you and for bearing with us. And I honestly have questions over the bond, but I'm not going to ask tonight because I know there's plenty of opportunities in the future, and I don't want to keep everyone here this evening. So thank you very much, Carolina. We greatly appreciate all of your hard work. And in the community, you're known as like a superstar in the construction world. So thank you for that. We're very blessed to have you leading the way on our team. All right. With that, we're moving on to the consent agenda. However, I'd like to take another 10-minute recess, please. Or 5 minute? 5 minute? I need to go to I got to get up. 5 minutes. So yes, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, 9:49 p.m. Be back. Hello? Okay. All right. The time is 9:51 p.m. and we are back in session. We're going to move on with our consent agenda. Do we have any items that we need to pull from the consent agenda?
I apologize. I'm not as nice as Ms. Malone, so I'm going to ask him a question. Sorry. I just want to pull one item, which is 9E7.
All right. Well, in fairness, I would make sure that we would discuss something we're voting on too. But the bond is coming later. All right, 9E7. Do we have any other items we'd like to pull? All right, seeing none, may I please get a motion for the consent agenda with the exception of 9E7?
Madam President, may I move the board to approve the consent agenda except item 9E7 as presented?
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day. We have a second by Mrs. Hannon. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Day? No?
All right.
On the
you have your thing. You have your thing up. Oh, okay. It's getting late. All right. There is no discussion, so please vote.
Maybe it's not plugged. Tap it to see if it wakes up. Yeah, there you go. I think you turned this.
All right. The motion carries 7-0. Moving on to 9E7. May I get a motion for 9E7, please?
Madam President, may I move the board to approve item 9E7 as presented?
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day, a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? And Ms. Day, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to share some my thought process on this item. So last week, I want to thank Mr. Garcia and Mrs. Malo to ask a lot of questions regarding to this item. This is a really big item to prove during this, financial situation. So I wanted to, I sent in some questions, and my main concern is, since based on the information we have, so there's out of $56 million, $55 million going to be come from the bond 2023 if it passes. And so my question was, why do we need to approve this item right now? Why can't we wait until we approve the bond, then we can approve? The reason I'm asking this is because, to be honest, we work for the people, right? We work for the people. So I wanted to respect the voters' decision. That's my thought process. I'm just sharing here. So that's why I'm like, okay, maybe they can prove the bond, and then we can prove the budget. So I sent the question in to Mr. Bassett. So, Mr. Bassett, can you please share your thought? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, of course. So just to remind everybody, the age of the network was funded with Bond 2014 money. So it's 8 years. It's past its time. We've had some issues, here and there, whatever else. The group has done a great job keeping things together, but it really is at the end of its life, and so it could literally go out any time. And so, we really need to be in a situation where we have a valid procurement source in place, so that if we do have bad things happen to the network, we can go out and buy what we need. Okay, how would we fund that though? We don't have. Okay. Yeah, we don't have bond funds, that are currently, out there, for those monies. And so because any school district in the country, the state or whatever else has to have a network these days or whatever else, we would use general fund money. We would work to reimburse ourselves through a future bond, through a general fund reimbursement resolution. Okay. When that happens, the way those rules work is that you have 18 months from when the money is issued, or when the money is spent, to have a successful bond. And so hopefully we would have a successful bond in May, but if we didn't, you could try again in November. You can try again the following May, and that would be within those 18 months. All right, but the fact is, though, is that we need a network. Okay, we definitely need a network. Having a network is not negotiable in our day and time. Internet, wireless, all of that kind of thing at the campuses. So again, yeah, you understand that risk, okay? The other risk, though, is what I was getting at before with the inflation risk. So let me explain. The current bid that we have to finalize that contract. It'll expire March 28th, okay? And this is an E-rate contract. That E-rate contract window will not open again until November. And so if this bid is not approved, we would have to wait to go through the E-rate process again next November. So why? So why is that a problem? It's a problem because obviously if we have things that are really broken in the meantime, we hope they're not, and we hope we don't have to spend too much if there's some fixes that are needed. But if we don't have this procurement method, we have to rely on what we have from a co-op, a DIR co-op, and that has a 36% discount on the current list price. Okay, so 36%. This item that you have in front of you has a 55.2% discount. So it's significantly higher. And so that'll definitely be meaningful, the more money that would have to be spent. This also has $2.4 million of E-rate funds tied to it. Now, we would be able to pick up those E-rate funds in the next window. Okay, so we wouldn't lose that, but the sooner we could get that funding, the better it's in the bank, and we can make some money from it. So if you think about this amount now, 55.2% discount with the list prices that we have now, what worries me is what would those list prices look like next November? Okay. Our group, JoJo, the executive director, who is over hardware, he worked very closely with Long, the E-rate process, the purchasing team, whatever else we go through. We did a lot of work whenever we were making estimates for these things last May and June when we were talking about going forward for a bond, or when we were looking at as we were preparing to August, because we thought we would. At some point, we would call a bond last August. And so all of the network specifications were all scoped out at that time. We didn't go through an official bid, okay, but we did have recent bid information. And so just from last June till now, we have inflation of, 17 million, okay? And so we would bear significant inflation risk if we don't approve this within this window, okay? And so, I understand, but I'm just, as a fiduciary of the district, I need to make sure you understand that we would be bearing potentially 8 figures, okay? And we just have an example that just happened, and so we have a lot of risk in that regard. And so that's why we feel strongly that now's the time for that. In addition to the fact that we want to be able to save money as little things happen, but if something does big happen before next November, and it certainly could, we want to be able to have a procurement source in place and to not have to wait until the fall.
If I may add a couple of more points to Mr. Bassett's points. So as I presented in the board update in last June as the infrastructure master plan, the majority of our network equipment will be out of support by the manufacturer this coming year, 2023. This year, I'm sorry. I still was on 2022. So this year, a lot of it's going to be out of support. What that means is that they no longer provide software support upgrades to any vulnerability that may come with it. The problem is that it may not fail. A lot of these equipment usually don't fail right off. It would be great if it does. But what it does is start introducing problems that we have to chase down here and there, and it would be more difficult for us to maintain the network. Secondly, we were given by the manufacturer a lead time of 6 months to 12 months lead time due to several things: supply chain, shortages of chips, and also the fact that the shipping is still an issue coming from various points within the world, around the world. Finally, the third thing is for us to do is that we have about anywhere between 3 to 4 months window in order to get another bid out and competitively bid, review, and award. So combine everything together, we have about almost 6 months to a year. So what we'd like to do is make sure that we prepare everything up into the bond so that once the bond is executed, we can start issuing PO and we get the equipment in a timely manner so we can start replacing these equipment.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll be the first to say that we're going out of order on this. Yeah. Okay, I'd be the first to say. But remember, the plan was to have the bond in 2021. And this is even one of the reasons why we thought we brought up the skinny bond plan that didn't go over well, because we were worried about the network. That was one of our key concerns, okay? And so the other thing, there's this, not this board, but the prior two boards had a history of doing something ahead of time before the bond. In bond 2014, the board, we needed Sullivan Elementary. Okay, I mean, we had to have it. The last bond before had been was 2007, and we had to have it. We started building it, and we funded that with a reimbursement resolution, and that was already in the works when bond 2014 was passed. Okay, we did the same thing in bond 2018. Sullivan was the same way. We funded that through our bond reimbursement resolution. Now, we're hoping we don't have to use bond reimbursement resolution money. We're not building a building. We're hoping our network is able to stay together, okay? But the fact is that there's a chance that it might not, okay? And so that's why there's the urgency.
I really appreciate both of you. The explanation and all the information. So based on my understanding, it's very essential to have this networking server working for us. And also, but based on the number you gave it to me, so the bidding price already increased $19 million, right, from prior. So based on your expertise, we just say, making assumptions here, if we don't approve this and we wait until November when the window reopen again, how much do you think it's gonna? Do you have a roughly number? Because people may say the pricing may go down, right? So, but nobody has a crystal ball, nobody can tell. But because based on your recommendation, you just mentioned inflation risk. So I want to know if you have roughly.
I mean, my gut tells me it could easily be above $10 million.
Above $10 million.
It could easily be above $10 million, given what we saw in this last window. Okay. There's all kinds of things you're reading. Some parts of inflation doing better, but others, the IT stuff has been really volatile the whole time. And so, we believe strongly that the bid we have right now gives us value, and it just mitigates the risks.
Thank you so much, because I appreciate you said you agree this is kind of out of order. That's really my concern why I brought this up. But because of your comments regarding to potentially cost district at least more than $10 million extra if we don't prove it today. So I do see the rationale why it's important for us to vote on this. So I really appreciate all the information. Thank you.
Mrs. Day, there's one constant number that we can rely on. That's the $2.4 million E-rate reimbursement that we can get either this year or next year.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you, Mrs. Day, for asking that question. Mr. Bassett, you answered my questions with that information, so I'm glad that we discussed that, though, without just approving it without discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Williams?
Microphone is not on. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, I'm looking at $62,625,000 that we are anticipating coming out of the 2023 bond. Are we saying that the 56 million we are approving today is part of that?
Yes, ma'am. It is strictly a Cisco network year. The $62 million contain other components, such as the firewall, which belongs to Palo Alto, and also UPSs, and also phone system that we need to upgrade as well.
Okay, and I understand it. I know, how can I put this? I've contacted IT on several occasions, and I know how hard you guys work. And the minute you say JoJo was involved, I'm like, oh man, I'm on it now because I know it's going to be good. But I just believe that we have to, at some point, step back and respect your professional limitations. This is not one of mine. I know y'all think I know everything, but this is just not one of them, this IT business. And I'm going to support this. Over the weekend, I was looking at it. I'm like, I'm not going to give $65,000. I'm going to be a big no, and I'm going to make a big scene, and I'm going to tell them. But I'm listening to you explain it and understand that, this is a need, So we have to do this. It's not like it's real money. It's something that we are anticipating, and we can't spend what we don't have. So if we are going to approve $65 million today and we don't have it, we just can't spend it. So I just agree with you, and I'm happy for the time we had to discuss it because it was a big no coming behind it. So I do thank y'all. And, of course, we got JoJo. JoJo sold it for you. So I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
We appreciate JoJo and Mitzi, too. So.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Garcia?
Just one question. So if you say could potentially, if we waited a year, could potentially cost $10 million more, but if it actually ended up going down and we approved it $56 million and the overall costs were, then that's just bond contingency money, just left, right? We just roll that into bond contingency. So we really, the worst case scenario is we don't approve it, $10 million, take a $10 million hit, or we do approve it and it goes down. We have money sort of left over for additional technology items or whatever for contingencies. Is that correct?
The beauty of it is if the state comes through and they give us a lot more money where we can afford more analysts, we can support one-to-one environment once Melissa tells us that, yeah, one-to-one is the right answer.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. I just wanted to bring that point up.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate, Mrs. Day, you bringing this question up and pulling this item. So I have two questions. So looking back at its slide 21, Information Technology Capital Plan, it had a kind of a salmon-colored top part of the table. It says the network. It's got original budget $50 million, and then it's got.
I put it up on the screen, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. And so, So, is this network item here?
Yes.
Is that network? That's what we're okay. So, can you talk about the difference in, because you're asking for us to approve? Is it 56 million, 56.5 million, and then how is the remainder? Because I'm seeing the new budget is 62 million.
So as I explained it to Ms. Williams, is that the $56 million, this is a Cisco network gear that we're asking that we bid out using the E-rate bid system, whereas the $62 million includes other manufacturers, such as the firewall manufacturer, such as UPS, and so on. So those will be brought up later on as we come to purchase them.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't catching that. And then, Mr. Bassett, can you, just so people that are really wanting to understand the bond and what happens if a bond doesn't pass, you said we can fund ourselves if we needed to, and we have 18 months to do that. How do we fund ourselves with the deficit?
Well,
that
we still have 90 days fund balance.
Oh, you.
So we
okay.
would use fund balance.
Okay, so maybe you said that, but I didn't hear
No,
that.
I didn't. I
So
wasn't specific
okay,
with that.
so that's
I'm sorry.
really important.
Yeah,
so
this
we would
isn't-
probably drop below that 90-day fund balance
Potentially.
which
Yeah.
we don't want to do. Very good. And then what are the ramifications if you do that and you don't repay yourself in 18 months?
Well, then the general fund has to eat it. I mean, the general fund will have to absorb that.
From now
forever.
till eternity?
Yeah,
You
that's-
only have 18
You
months
only
to
have those
reimburse
18
yourself.
months to get a bond passed to pay that back.
Okay, well, that's kind of terrifying to me. Okay, and so...
Well, we would have 3 shots, 3
Okay.
strikes, if that happened. But, because there are 3 election cycles, that would happen before the 18 months would elapse.
Okay.
But it's based on the spending, again, the
Okay.
spending.
All right, maybe everybody else understood that, but it was not crystal clear to me, so thank you for giving me the information, and then, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. All right. So I know I brought up this one and asked a lot of questions last time and was really pushing on the one vendor and also the amount and the
Yes,
bond,
ma'am.
et cetera. So first of all, I want to tell you I appreciate, and just for the public to know this too, all of the information that you provided. Thank you.
Oh, I had a lot of help on that.
In addition to that, thank you for those of you in the public who also provided your own information. Thank you on that. It's my understanding that NetSys actually has some of the most competitive discounts across the state, and that Cisco gives them very, very deep discounts that some of their competitors are unable to have access to. And it has to do also with a contract they have with the state of Texas that they benefit from, and ultimately because of the E-rate program we do. So I appreciate that. I'd be remiss not to ask the question. Sorry for putting you through it. But when I see $56 million in one vendor, I'm going to ask. But thank you for that. And for my fellow board members, thank you for asking all of these questions as well this evening. The only thing, which Mr. Garcia, you kind of touched on it. So I have one point of clarification I'd like to know with regard to this bid and contract the way it's written, because I have not seen it in its entirety. If the commodity prices decrease, which is kind of what you were alluding to earlier, so typically in an agreement year over year, there is a maximum percent increase. Do we have a maximum cap within the increase year over year? Because let's say we don't exercise $60 million in year one, right? Maybe I understand we are approving the up to nearly $60 million. But if we don't exercise regarding the contract year over year, what is the percentage increase that this vendor has as a max? Because that's essentially what you're telling us we're protecting from is inflation, right? And so what I'm assuming is that in there, the vendor has capped what the rate of inflation.
Jojo can correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe that the contract, if we sign with them, I do believe this is maintained for 5 years. Am I correct on that? The pricing, Rick? Maybe I can turn it over to Rick for additional clarification.
Yes, ma'am. First off, this would be a fixed rate contract, so the rate would be fixed for the term of the contract. However, we have terms in the contract that do allow for cost increases. We don't want anyone to go out of business. Right. So we limit those cost increases in the language, but we also take advantage of if there's a price decrease, we ask that the vendor share that decrease with us. So we protect ourselves both coming and going in the contract as far as that goes. And the contract gets reviewed every year by both parties. We sit down, we look at what we've purchased and what we've bought and what the pricing structure is and the market structure is, and we can take advantage of that.
So if the commodity index decreases, which is what you're alluding to on that, we would capture that. And is there any?
Hopefully.
Well, is there?
I mean, there's nothing guaranteed that the price will fall, but we do write language in there that if it is, we can sit down and renegotiate and take advantage of it.
Well, we're starting to see in some commodities that supply chain has improved dramatically, and that prices are starting to fall in some sectors. So let's say in IT, there's been significant demand, so it hasn't happened just yet, but it may happen in the future as the world begins to produce more again, right, and stabilize. So let's say that does happen. You're saying that we have that written in the contract where we would receive the better pricing?
We write it into the contract that we can sit down and renegotiate the contract.
Okay, so we can renegotiate. And then regarding the increase, is there specific language that has a maximum in there? I understand you said you don't want them to go out of business, but... Yes, ma'am. Normally you set it at you can set it at a percentage. I've set it at 5% or 10%, depending on what the CPI is, plus or the inflation rate, whichever is less. So, we use very specific language as to what table we're going to use and how we're going to structure that language. Okay. So you said 5 or 10%, which is now that's kind of what I was looking for. So 10% is actually beyond the current. I just threw out a number. No, I hear you. Yeah. I'm just asking, do you know specifically related to this contract what that rate is? No, ma'am. Not yet. We haven't. Isn't it written in the? Didn't the vendor supply the bid with that in there? When you talk about a fixed rate contract, that rate is set for the term of the contract. Okay. Correct. However, there can be occasions during the course of that 5 years that you may have to. The vendor may come back and ask for a price increase. Let's just say the inflation rate went up to 20%. Or something like that. They may come back then. Conversely, if the prices drop significantly and we are aware of it and we find out about it, we'll call them back to the table and say, look, you're benefiting now from a price decrease, and we would like to share in that decrease on our pricing as well. Okay.
Let me just jump in. Because of the age of our network, we're going to work hard to replace it as soon as we can. Okay, so the bulk of this, am I right? The bulk of this, we're not gonna. I don't see us having those kinds of risks because we have an old network that we really do need to replace, and so this is definitely one of the priorities that when the bond passes, we want to be able to rock and roll and do what we can to get things done because we've had little failures and other things like that, and anything like that impacts instruction. We just can't tolerate. And so I'm not nearly as worried about that risk as I am about the inflation risk I was talking about before.
Okay, and 6 to 12 months to receive the materials. So what's the timeline? The timeline on implementing this project, full implementation.
That will be JoJo. He has the plan on that.
So as soon as we receive the equipment, we can do the deployment. NetSync is integrated that would help us do the implementation. So the lead time varies, depends on the component. 6 months to 12 months, we've seen up to 15 months on some components. Jeez. So that's really the biggest variable. As soon as we get it, we implement it.
So we're estimating trying to get everything within 2 to 3 years at most, about 2 years when we wrap it up. But remember, we also have to coordinate with campuses to take them down and replace them and so on and so forth. This is not as easy as we're just going to plug and play. We have to have outages arranged, and most of the time our staff work at night, or the project staff work at night to replace them.
So this is scheduled during over a 3-year period, starting with high schools. Well, starting with the back-end infrastructure, the controllers, the things that control the access points all over the place. We have over 8,000 access points in the district. We start there. We move on to high schools, middle schools, elementary support sites. So it's about a 3-year schedule. But lead time is a factor. That's why the bid is 5 years, because we don't know if it's going to extend further. So that's why it's 5 years. But it's scheduled for 2.5 to 3 years, just depending on delivery times.
But once we cut a PO and we make the orders, okay, then we don't have the risk of having if there is inflation, okay, because they know that, hey, we got this bid, we're going to work on it. That is correct. That's correct.
Well, yeah, once we commit a PO, that's the price we pay.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Please vote. The motion carries 7-0. And that concludes those items. So we will now convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections, Section 551.071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matters. Section 551.076, security matters. Section 551.082, student discipline matter or complaint. Or Section 551.0821, personally identifiable information about a public school student. The time is 10:22 p.m., and we are now convened in closed session. Thank you. All right, the time is 11:01 p.m. and we are back in open session. We have no motions from closed session. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
The time is 11:02 p.m. and we are now adjourned.